warm Ghanaian hospitality, I'd want to say a great morning to you and welcome to the plush Mervyn Pick Ambassador Hotel Wall. Here in Ghana and with us at Inlaks, we have that touch of hospitality. This morning, I'd want you to rise from your seat. Some of you have your business cards. Make at least some 3 friends. You never know, I might bring the microphone closer and ask you the friend that you made. So let's welcome everybody. Turn around and say a special akwaba to the person. And then look at the, oh, you didn't do it. I want to see you say akwaba to that special person. And that's a typical Ghanaian hospitality. And please, you can't just wave alone. Some of you have your business cards. I want you to meet that next person. So can we rise and do so? I love it when my executive, oh my goodness, my HR is here. So please, kindly reach out to somebody. Tell them your business, what you do. Yes. And that's the energy that we have. Oh God, yes. You're still meeting that person. All right. Thank you all so much. This is High Song, this is Inlaks. If you have your card, just let the person know that this is what I do, this is my business, this is what I stand for, and I'll be able to help you at any point in time. This is getting interesting and nice. We're taking 1 more minute and then we'll come back to our seats for me to go on with some introductions. So yes, today we have several personalities with us, and I'm excited that very shortly I share with you where they are coming from. Great, I'm sure at the back of your mind you met some 2 friends, some 3 friends, that anytime you are out there you can call and say, hey, how are you doing? How is work and how's business? Our friends, our partners, and the guests we've brought in, we want to say thank you for responding to our call. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may kindly move back to your seats for us to commence with the program. So without any formal hierarchy that I've introduced people, I just want to touch base with some people who have joined us. It doesn't mean that they are the only important personalities who are with us. In fact, you, our guest, you are our VIP and our important personality. So let me just quickly go through. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some personalities in our midst, and I'm happy to say that this morning our CEO has joined us, or CEO at Inlaks. Kerry Booker has joined us. Please, a round of applause for him. He's a man with energy, a man with drive, a man with vision, and indeed leading us to permeate that market. Sir, you're welcome. And in Ghana, like we'd always say, akwaba to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll quickly move on to some other executives that we have with us this morning. And he is one that you would never miss if you are with Inlaks. Ladies and gentlemen, I have my boss, my very good friend, Tope Dari with us. He is an executive director. Please help me welcome. This is the man who have the ICT in here. Thank you, sir. We're grateful for your presence today. You would hear from him. Ladies and gentlemen, he permeates the sub-region so well. He is well known here in Ghana, but I dare say that if you move through the region, right from Sierra Leone, the Gambia, Ethiopia, and everywhere, you would always find him. He's always full of smiles. Help me welcome also Femi Morino, our executive director. Oga Femi, you are so very much welcome. And this morning, I'm looking well, and so are my colleagues. Finances are good. Ladies and gentlemen, humbly, we're happy that Ashwin Hedge, our Executive Director, Finance, is here with us. Ashwin, you're welcome. Ashwin smiled because I talked about finance, and it's looking good. Ashwin, some of my colleagues in there are smiling already. Ashwin is in town. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, so I'll move on. And you see, when you have a healthy staff, it is visible. Everybody would see. Ladies and gentlemen, She is more than a mother in the industry. In fact, I was told that before you come into Inlaks, well, she would know your name. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to let you know that Ade Tokumbo is here with us. Please, our group HR. Ade, thank you. And then, ladies and gentlemen, she has come from, and I mentioned no particular order, our East Africa manager, Edna Kimowa. Edna, you're welcome. Edna has all the energy. If you get to Kenya, the drive that Inlaks is breaking through there, indeed, it would amaze you. It's because of this woman. Please, let's give her another round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from North Korea with cutting-edge technology, he is also here. Our sales manager, High Song, Calvin Lee. Oh, South Korea. South Korea, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Calvin Lee, thank you very much. We're happy that you are here. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you can enjoy Ghana and enjoy the feel, and it looks good, I am happy to say welcome to Ghana. And also from our country manager, Yakoba Amoa. Please, let's give her that big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, so this morning we would have some great speakers amongst us. And it would interest you to know that at some point in time I'll come with their background and everything. But at this moment, I just want to just introduce them so that we would quickly run through. When it's time for them to speak, I will share with you all their details. I'm happy to mention also that we have Dr. Miles Christian Hayan with us, Head E-Banking Operations UMB. Dr. Miles, you're welcome. He's one of the first I spoke to this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also happy to mention that right from Access Bank Chief Information Officer, we have Mr. Emmanuel Moka. Yes, if you're not seeing him, he will join us when his session is up. Ladies and gentlemen, I've talked about Calvin Lee already. Calvin is from South Korea. Calvin, we're happy that once again, let's do it for him. Let's do it for him. He's our sales manager, Hai Sung. And I'm happy, ladies and gentlemen, to also mention Felix Ugbebo. Felix, if you're here, can we wave him? I'm sure he will join us when his session is up. We also have you who have joined us from diverse backgrounds. IT, operations, CEOs, chief information officers, payment systems, amongst others. You are my VVIP. Please give yourselves a round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I would have given you the rose and welcome, but I believe that there is someone special who's been waiting for this moment. Indeed, she is happy that you are in Ghana. She's happy to tell you about the strides we are making here in Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a woman who would get into every office, and she has the drive of Inlaks within her spirit. I am happy, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome my country manager, Yakoba Amoa. Please, let's give her a big round of applause as she comes in. Lady Yakoba, you're so very much welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, I have to use. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and special welcome. Sorry. I'm very happy to be here this morning and happy to see you all. We know that everybody has a busy schedule, but you have made time to be with us this morning, and we are most grateful. My job here is very simple, and I wouldn't want to take too much time. We all left home this morning, and some of us ate before coming, others didn't. But Inlaks is here to give you a very special meal. and it's a healthy one as such. And by the end of this program, I believe that we would have seen the changing landscape of ATMs and mobile technology. But food is an essential part of any living being. So to give your food to somebody that you cannot trust, it can be very dangerous. So we want to tell you who it is that is going to serve you this very healthy meal this morning. So I will quickly give you an overview about Inlaks so that some of us received the invite. You may not have interacted with us yet, but we want to tell you a little bit more about Inlaks and what we do so that in the mix of all that is taking place here, you would know very well that you are in safe hands as far as IT and technology services are concerned. So if we can go ahead. For Inlaks, do I have the cue? Okay, thank you. So Inlaks has about 500 plus employees. We have offices in Ghana. We had our East African country head just being introduced. So we have an office in Kenya. Thank you. We have an office in Kenya, and our regional office is in Nigeria, in VI, Victoria Island. And several business units, one of which is hosting this program this morning, the infrastructure business unit. We also have the financial business and others. We've been around for 40 years now as a group, and in Ghana we are 25 years. So you are not dealing with any babies here. These are seasoned people who have been in the industry. We have evolved, and we're very resilient because with all the changing times and COVID and all, by the grace of God, we are still standing. So this is our history, our philosophy, and we have a varied solutions from core banking to data center. We also are into e-banking solutions and several other IT solutions that you would have the chance to see in the course of the program. We are ISO certified, so dealing with banks, you are safe. You know that this is an organization that is professional, that is serious, and we have these 4 certifications as you can see on the screen at the moment. We are also, having been around for this number of years, we do have a great number of awards and accolades that we have received over the period. And this is just to mention a few of them. In this year alone, we just received the one on the extreme right just last week in Nairobi from one of our partners, Terminus, being declared the best delivery partner for Terminus. And we've also been recognized as the ICT Conglomerate of the Year, amongst many others. We just picked just a few to let you know. We work as an organization with several partners, one of which is Hyosung TNS, and their products are what we are showcasing. We are going to showcase to you today. We also work with Terminus, with Moody's, Fiorano, which is an enterprise service bus. We also work with Huawei, NetGuardians, and so many other partners. So my late mom used to say that don't go too far and be cheated. And so if you're looking for any IT solutions, you don't need to look far. If you haven't spoken to Inlaks, you have gone too far. So today, you are home. And we have several clients all over. As we said, though we have these regional offices, our operations are all over Africa. In fact, practically the whole of Africa, all the way to Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, we do have businesses ongoing there. So we have customers all over in Ghana, in Nigeria, all the central banks in West Africa are customers. We also work with the Central Bank of Rwanda and Kenya, as well as Zambia. So many other banks and other institutions as our customers, several of them. Now, I mentioned at the beginning, Inlaks has different business units, and one of the units is the infrastructure business, which specializes in power solutions, data center, cooling, ATMs, which we are displaying to you today, and solar solutions as well. And amongst the ATMs which we would be talking about today, we have the the 5600S, which you would get into the details and what it does. So I wouldn't want to talk too much about it. We also have the teller cash recycler, the video teller ATM, the contactless ATM, which we call the MV100, and the teller cash recycler as well. And then I've mentioned that we are also into cooling, power, and a whole lot of solutions. So don't go too far. That's our catchword for today. For our financial business as well, we have digital banking tools. We have the core banking applications, the data management systems, wealth management, and architectural tools. And having personally worked in the banking sector as well as the telco, I've realized that banks do sit on a wealth of information, and yet we don't tend to use it fully. There's more we can glean from it to be able to serve our customers better. And we have a whole lot of solutions that we can help you to be able to milk this data and be able to give solutions to your customers that would give them a better experience. So please speak to Inlaks, and we are available to give you all these solutions. Aside what we do with our partners, we have our own homegrown solutions, working very closely with financial institutions like where most of you here come from. And based on the interactions and the needs that we have on Earth, we have developed homegrown solutions that meet our customers' needs, some of which is the dormant account solution. And if you are a banker here, you don't know about dormant accounts, I'm sure that you are still learning the ropes. And this one, every bank has it. Even if you are a day old, you are almost about to get the account you are opening. Tomorrow it will start becoming inactive, and in 6 months it's become dormant. So this is a solution that every banker here should be interested in and should speak to us about. We also have the document management system, customer relationship management system, paperless banking, and so many others. So please don't go too far. And in terms of our certifications with our partner Terminus, we are able to implement
Great healthy meal. Ladies and gentlemen, like we would always rightly say, or sometimes the difficulty you have if you have gone to an ATM teller machine and you're desperately in need of cash and they would not give you the cash. And sometimes it's as a result of, some technology that is of that less, has oversight responsibilities in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Ethiopia, and
solutions we offer. Because we do not offer solutions just for the sake of competing with somebody else. We offer solutions because we feel that we need to address the burning issues that our customers have, address your pain points, and in the process, reduce costs, maximize or increase your efficiency and productivity in delivery of services to your ultimate customers. So indirectly, we are, or rather, we have invested our own bread and butter, our own livelihood, tied to the quality of service you deliver to your customers. So my own is to say, welcome, please engage us, and I hope we can address some of the burning issues that you have. Thank you so much. God bless.
Please recognize CEO as he takes his seat with great responsibility of African operations. Ladies and gentlemen, now we talk about the proper meal. One of the key reasons why we're here this morning, and we're looking at the next gen ATM and global trend. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a moment you've been waiting for, and one of the key reasons why we had you here. He has come with that technology and every information you need to know. But if you are on an ATM that has not given you that state-of-the-art modernity, then probably by the time you will live in this place, you will be thinking about, am I jumping onto this new technology introduced by Hyson? Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our first presentation, and we would have Kevin Lee, the Sales Manager, Middle East and Africa of Hyson TNS, join us at this moment. I am sure you're willing to give him that rousing welcome with the Ghanaian hospitality. Please, let's hear it for Kelvin Lee as he comes through to share with you on the next gen ATM and global trends. Kelvin, you're very much welcome.
So, Mike? Okay. Okay. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Lee from Hyosung TNS. I'm a salesman at Hyosung TNS, and I'm in charge of African market and the Middle Eastern market. So I arrived in Ghana on the 17th of October. So it was first time visit for me in Ghana. So it was great experience because everyone was so nice to me, and the food was great. And I had some great valuable meetings with our valuable customers yesterday. So it was really great. So I hope I will revisit again Ghana in the near future. So today I'm going to take you to the agenda for today's agenda, next generation, ATM and the global trend. But before that, if possible, I'd like to introduce our company very briefly, because yesterday through the meetings, I realized that still some of the customers don't know about our company very well. So if possible, through these opportunities, I will introduce our company very briefly. So sorry, but can you change the presentation to PDF? Okay. By the way, it's a great honor to be here in front of you guys. Thank you very much. So let's start with the company introduction. It will take only 10 minutes, okay? So, okay. So let's start with the company name. Actually, Hyosung is very difficult to pronounce. I know, because it's a Korean word. So sometimes, Hyosung, Hyosung, something like that. But actually, we have to pronounce it Hyosung. Hyosung means stars of dawn. So actually, Samsung, you guys know Samsung, right? Samsung means 3 stars. So Sam is 3, and Sung means stars. So you can easily infer that these two companies started this business as one company. So a long time ago. About approximately 50 years ago, we divided our business from Samsung, and we started our business. But to be honest with you, actually, Hyosung is not that popular and famous than Samsung or LG in Korea, right? That's because Hyosung has been dedicating to B2B business rather than in the B2C business like Samsung or LG. But I'm pretty sure that Hyosung is one of the strongest and the biggest conglomerate in Korea. So and that was our customers in textile and other chemical industry. They are very well know about our company. So I will introduce our company. Okay, so actually we started our business with the textile industry. Actually, also we are very strong regarding the tire code. Of course, Hyosung TNS is included in the information communication performance group. We call it PISI. So we have a lot of sister companies in the performance group. Okay. So we have 36 overseas production line and also 26 overseas trading corporations in the world, and also 28 trading offices. So, as I mentioned earlier, we are the number one provider of the tire code. So it is so true that actually Hankook Tire was our sister company about 10 years ago. So we divided this, tire business with another group. And also, we are very strong regarding the textile, especially for Inlaks. So actually, our brand Crayola is a very, very popular in this industry. Actually, the market share is over 60%. So we are very famous for the textile. So actually, we started our business in the textiles. That's the reason. And also regarding ATM, as you know, we are the third biggest company in the world, right after NCR. So let's talk about Hyosung TNS. So we started our business in 1979. Our CEO is Mr. Son Hyun-shi. And actually, our sales revenue exceeded last year about $1 billion last year. But this year, actually, the sales revenue will be almost same with 2020, because as you know, the pandemic situation and also the Russian war. Actually, Russian market is one of our biggest customers at the moment. So due to this reason, actually our sales revenue will be staying with $800 million. Okay. So we have over 2,000 employees around the world, and also we are producing our ATMs over 100,000 units per year, and also we have 11 subsidiaries in the world. So as you can see, we have two subsidiaries in the United States and Russia. And also we have, plants. Actually, we have two factories in Korea and Vietnam. Actually, it was in China, but this year we successfully migrated the factory from China to Vietnam. So actually, we started the production in Vietnam since last April. Okay. So we don't have exact data at the moment, but the reason we are building Vietnam's factories to expand our capacity. Okay, so hopefully we are expecting that the capacity will be doubled, from the Chinese factory. Okay, and as I mentioned, we have a lot of offices, around the world in India, Russia, the United States, and Indonesia. Okay, so far we have sold in our ATMs to North America around over 400,000 units. And in Russia, there's no number, right? Okay, so we sold over 50,000 units to Russian market. And for Nigeria, actually, based on this year, we sold over 10,000 units so far. So we have customers in 35 countries, and our market share is over 16%. And also, so far we sold over 750,000 units so far. So through our history of our business. So this is very proud because we are Hyosung is the number one provider in the United States, and also Russia, and Indonesia, and also in Nigeria, I guess. So next slide. So actually, from this slide, I'd like to highlight that actually we started as a number 7 in 2002, right? So our business was very small, but it became in 2011 number 4 in the world. And in 2017, actually, we finally became the third biggest, manufacturer of the ATM business. So we are fast growing. know, this first run is actually, we have our own core technology. Okay, so we are developing and we are designing our core, models, for example, BRM and CDU and CCIU, something like that. So it means that we can actively react to the customers through our system. So if there's any request or complaint from our customer, we can actively react to the request. Okay, as I mentioned, we have two factories in Korea and China, but actually we migrated to Vietnam this year. So currently we are producing over 36,000 units per year in Seoul. And also last year we produced over 72,000 units in China. But I guess from next year, when the production is stable in Vietnam, I hope that we can produce over 140,000 units per year. Are our customers. And also one of the biggest mart in Korea, eMart, is also our customer. So actually we are talking about the branch transformation solution, right? So also I know we are only selling dispensers and the recyclers in the market, but at the same time we are promoting, BTS product. Because we believe that we are the leading company regarding BTS in the market because is quite different from NCR or DBOL. So it is one of our strong points. So we are selling our BTS product to Italy, Indonesia, and Korea, and USA. And I'm pretty sure 2 or 3 years, maybe we can also apply these products in African continent. Yes, then let's talk about the global trend. As I mentioned, we are just talking about dispensers and recyclers, right? But also at the same time, as I mentioned, we have to migrate these kind of ATMs to BTS, branch transformation solutions. And also we are, at the same time, we are promoting our cash management solutions. And just a few years ago, 2 or 3 years back, actually we started our fintech business also. So we had a lot of partners for that. And to be honest with you, in the United States, we are supplying Bitcoin ATM to the customers at the moment. So it can be also quite a positive future for us. And of course, we are now focusing on retail market also. So we are designing retail product like a kiosk. And also, for your information, actually, RoboCafe. If you have any chance to visit Korea, you can easily see RoboCafe. RoboCafe is a robot is serving the coffee to you if you request the coffee. So we are supplying our hardware to this company. So it's also we have this machine in our building, so you can easily see if you can visit Hyosun TNS. So also with the hardware, we are also very strong regarding the software. Except very basic software, Money Plus S2, we have a lot of solutions. For example, Money Manager for the operational management solution, and also MoneyGuard, and also Active Teller. So we are actively reacting to the market regarding the software request. So this is a brief introduction of our company. So if you have any question or request, please feel free to call me or contact me or directly contact Inlaks at any questions, and I can send the information to you. So let's move on to the next presentation, please. Next presentation, yes. Okay, let's talk about the next generation ATM and the global trend. Okay, let's start with the branches. What is the branch? Actually, branch is a very old name in Korea, actually, because younger people in Korea no longer use branch anymore because they believe that they can easily do anything from mobile banking. So actually, the number of branches in Korea are decreasing every day. But let me give some examples. First of all, when I decided to come in Ghana, I had to release a visa for that, right? And for visa required that the certificate of a bank account to check the balance in my account. So I had to visit the branch. And because I tried to do it through mobile banking, but it is not possible because I need to get a signature from the human being banker. So I visited our branch, and I realized that I was shocked because I had to wait for over 1 hour because I didn't know that there are still a lot of people in branch. So so I was shocked. So while still these old people are using branches. My second example is actually my mother keep sending small money on my birthday. It's quite weird and strange because I'm almost 40 years old now, but it's a very typical thing in Korea. So it means that my mother should visit at least once in a year at the branch, right? So of course, maybe she can use mobile banking or ATM, but she doesn't know about mobile banking at all. And the second thing is, actually, she doesn't prefer to using ATM because he believes that he can get satisfaction through conversations with the actual banker. So she can get some proposition from the banker, something like that. So it means that branches are giving satisfaction to customers. This is very important. So this is the reason why the branches are still valuable for us. So what is the strategy for the new branch? So of course, I'm not telling that we don't need digitalization. We only need a human being, bankers. Okay. Actually, digitalization is the most important thing for the future, right? So we have to reduce the cost. Maybe we can reduce the routine tasks from a step. So first of all, digitalization is the most important thing. Second thing is, through these branches, you can just provide value to your loyal customers. Okay. The other one is actually we can create new valuable things through these branches. And of course, in the pandemic situation, we have to consider how we can maintain our branches secure and safe. So we have to redesign our branch. So actually, these are okay. Digitalization is very important. So we have to adopt this digitalization to our branches. And also interaction between customer and our staff are also very important. So, what is the role of this branch, new branch? Okay, so first of all, you have to show that our brand to your customers. So through the branches, you can promote your brand, your company's image to the customers. And second thing is actually, you have to distinguish your service from your customers through these branches. If you can show fancy branches to your customers, it can be your competitiveness, right, compared to your competitors. And the last one is actually you can lead your loyal customers to revisit your branches. It means you can get more loyal customers in the future. So what should we have to do for this? Actually, technology, high technology, advanced technology is very important. For example, AI, artificial intelligence, the recycling, or the digitalization of all paperwork is very important. This is the main key factor for this new branch solution. And also through this branch solution, you can expand your presence. I mean, you can make your brand image higher than before. And also, you can make your business 24/7 working hours. And also, this one is also very important regarding software. It is important that we have universal software for mobile banking and ATM, even a bank desk or teller line. So with this universal software, we can easily discuss, we can easily have a conversation with our customers that we are seeing at the same page, right? So this can be reduced our routine task, some misunderstanding between customer and our staff. So through this strategy, actually, staffs will be happy because they can reduce their routine job, right? And through this reduction, they can have a more personal conversation with the customers. And for customers, they can experience, more valuable, service from the bank. And for bank, and also bank can train their staff, that officer worker, but as a commercial worker, like salesman, through this branch. And of course, we've been experiencing hard times for over 3 years due to COVID-19, right? So I believe, I hope we will not get any more pandemic situation anymore, but at least we have to be prepared for another pandemic situation. So this is also very important for our new branch solution. So actually, what are our banks doing in their business? First of all, as I mentioned earlier, digitalization is very important. They are reinforcing digitalization, and also they are decreasing the branch. There is a video clip, I guess. Okay, let's talk about the second thing. Actually, we are decreasing the number of branches in Korea, also around the world. But it means that the rest branches, the rest branches are getting more important. Important because it is the only way to promote their financial goods and the brand image to the customers, right? And also in the pandemic situation, the remote controlling is getting important, of course. So because we have to avoid direct contact, and also we have to provide more value to our customers, and branches can be a best option for this option. Okay, so to sum up, actually the new branch solution should be easy, seamless, and healthy, hygienic. And also we are avoiding direct contact during pandemic situation, but also we still want to access to the actual bankers to get the confirmation because it's more secure and more safe, like my mother. So, and also we have to maintain our branches more safe and secure, of course. So what will be the next product, actual product, in this, under these circumstances? So the key is actually the winning branches trying to merge two things, digitalization and human interaction. So there can be a lot of options for these new branch solutions. First of all, recycling. As you know, in the African market, recycler is not that popular at the moment, but we already started the migration from dispenser to recycler other countries, including North Africa already. For example, Egypt, Algeria, they already started recyclers. And also, video-enabled ATMs will be a good option, of course, for new branches. And as I mentioned earlier, the universal software will be very important for us. So as I mentioned, we have to merge two things, digitalization and the human interaction. This is very important. So we are still know that digitalization is easy and fast and good, but still we need some support from our bankers in bank. So from our actual bankers. So actually, as you can see from the slide, these branches can be working like a hub between staff and our customers. So customer can visit branches easily and they can enjoy. Sorry. Oh. Okay. So like a playground, customer can easily visit our branches. It means we can make a customer as a loyal customers in the future. So this is the actual product, digital desk. So maybe some of you already checked this product through YouTube because we started this business about 1 year ago, and we already uploaded our product on YouTube. So you can easily find a digital desk on YouTube. So this is our proposal for to our customers at the moment. As you can see, it contains a lot of functions, biometrics and digital signature. So also it can adapt artificial intelligence together. So this is a virtual type of digital desk. So there is a customer can do all the things, all the tasks through a touchpad, and also there is a actual bank through, but these bank are controlling these tasks remotely. So he can discuss with the customer through mic and the video. So once again, this is very important. Our new branches should be should merge human interaction and digitalization. So let me shortly, let me shortly introduce our real product, digital desk. This is just a concept of our product at the moment, and we are now proceeding some process with our customers in Russia and the United States, in Korea also. So this is quite initial stage. So, but maybe in 2 or 3 years, it can be a very good item. We are so sure. So for the concept of this product is, of course, the banking services should be secured and easy and quick, right? And also we have to integrate the services like with modeling, so we can add any functions in our digital desk. And actually, it should be very secured because there is no actual banker in front of the customer. So the digital desk should be secured, and safety is the most important thing in this case. So actually, through this digital desk, we can do auditing, and also we can do consultation regarding financial things, and including loan. And also we can provide customer service, for example, changing password, changing information of our customers. Yeah, so actually the features, prime features of this digital desk is paperless. We don't need any paper for the transaction. And also any biometric functions can be added. And also banker can control the task remotely. So also any modules can be added to digital desk easily. And also if bank wants, maybe we can add promotion in a panel beside of the digital desk. So we can make a value added revenue. So this is in-person type digital desk. So actually there is no monitor for the banks. Actually, between customers and bankers, there is one glass. So actually, all the tasks can be controlled by customers. So while he is doing it, and maybe they can have short conversations, or maybe staff can provide good financial goods to the customers. This one is very interesting in the pandemic situation in Korea. Yeah, and this one is a virtual type. As I mentioned earlier, the banker can control all the tasks through remote controlling. Yeah. Yes. So if you need more information about the digital desk, you can easily check the YouTube. Or if you need any more, if you have any questions, you can directly contact me or Inlaks. But this is a very initial stage. So until we get approved from the banks in the United States and Russia, so we will keep researching, and we will keep developing our product. But I'm sure in 5 years, this product will be our main product in the market. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And ladies and gentlemen, if you live in the United States of America, if you are strong in Asia, if you have your presence in Russia with ATMs, then obviously it tells you that, wow, you're making strides. Now, I didn't talk about Africa because Hilton's presence in Nigeria is cutting through. I mean, leading supplier. So it should tell you that then when it comes to, because of course Nigeria is the big brother now. So if you want Nigeria, then obviously you've conquered Africa. And we're totally excited this technology through. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to hear from another dynamic personality. He's totally excited to be here this morning. I have been engaging him throughout, and he says, when I'm bringing in that great deal of digital. So they would replace it with a second microphone, and we'll get to him shortly. In fact, we wanted to enlarge our screen, so they wanted to do a quick changeover, and that is what they are doing at the moment. Oh, please, a round of applause. All right, so we'll see how this goes. But ladies and gentlemen, he is ready. And I'm sure he comes in to tell us about the latest innovation. Indeed, he is our executive director here at Inlaks and a digital transformation enthusiast and one of the principal drivers of the digital business and strategy practice of Inlaks. Ladies and gentlemen, he currently oversees the development and implementation of the digital transformation strategy of the infrastructure and e-banking business division of Inlaks, while also serving as the executive director for operations, sales, and strategy to achieve an annual divisional revenue objective of more than, should I hold on with the figure? He's looking at some 25 million US dollars in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan African markets. He's a man I call the mover and shaker when it comes to activities around Inlaks. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Tokbe Dare for his presentation. The energy is on for Tokbe. That's my man. Oh, please keep it coming.
Thank you, Kweku Demen. Good afternoon, all. On the 12th of December 2019, we are all gathered here for the first roadshow by Inlaks to promote the brand of ATM we have in the market, to tell you the next-gen technologies around self-service. And I can remember then the team was innovating with the next-gen ATMs. And I'm happy that we've seen results after that. Unfortunately, COVID came around March 2020, and that also gave us opportunity to innovate, which we also demo to you today. Once again, we are gathered in Ghana. We love Ghana so much because we believe beyond Nigeria, this is another great country where we have good customers who are willing, to try our technology and also to promote it over and over. But we are focusing today on the changing landscape of ATMs and mobile technology. We have all learned a lot from COVID. Many companies have had to innovate by force, working remotely, and the pattern by our customers over have changed in the last 2 years. We are here also because we have a good partner that we have seen tremendous results as an output in the last 14 years, Hillsong TNS. So quickly we look at the Hillsong journey with us, not only Inlaks, but our business partners, our customers here, the growth and also innovation. We believe that beyond selling the boxes, we also need to invest in beyond what in our society that we need to innovate, come up with solution. Yeah, so quickly we'll discuss our journey with our partner. Kevin mentioned these successes around in Asia, in North America, and also now in Europe. But we want to come down to sub-Saharan Africa, where we started from the seed that was planted in Nigeria in 2009, and how we have taken that journey and the partnership across West Africa, into Central Africa, and today, East Africa and southern part of Africa. I also have a few business cases to share to tell you that there are a lot of changes in the market and how the convergence of mobile with ATM have come to play post-COVID. And lastly, our promises for you. Because everyone present here in the financial service industry, there are 5 major questions. 2008, then it was a product that we considered just for trial with the bank, UBA. And from Nigeria, we've had reason to move out of Nigeria to our second destination, which is here in Ghana. And from Ghana, we moved to Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone, we moved to Gambia. Gambia, we moved to to Guinea. And beyond that, we took up the courage again. Where do we go? We moved to DR Congo. And from DR Congo, Kenya, and out of East Africa, we are now in Zambia. But however, we have partners now because we can't do it alone. In our midst today, we also have a partner all the way from Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Aiba Paul, Advice Consulting, representing us in Cote d'Ivoire. Because as Inlaks, we can't do it all in all the 54 countries in Africa. And the reason why we believe that with partnership, we can also empower good companies who are dedicated to supporting us in other regions in sub-Saharan Africa. We have them all over, and we have relationships that are really yielding the needed result. And you can see that graph. The graph you have here that started as far back as 2009. It was just 20 ATMs that a particular bank in Nigeria bought. Consistent growth, year in, year out, going as high as 1,000 in 2013, and also as high as 1,056 ATM sold into Nigeria, Ghana, and few other countries in 2019. And this year alone, we've also surpassed that, 1,585 ATMs into those countries. And the question you need to ask is, why are people buying? Why are they considering this brand of ATM? When we moved into the market in 2009, we had the big names that you all know dominating the market. But today, the reverse is the case. We have come from 0% market share in 2009 to becoming number one today in Nigeria with 48% market share. And we also believe that in Ghana, with your support, because probably most of us are still sitting on the fence. Is it a product to consider? Is it a brand to consider? But surely, from next year, we believe that with all what we put in place, with the support of our OEM, we should see some changes and traction in the adoption of this product, as we have seen in other countries. And this is the graph, the sequence of growth. In mathematics, you either have the arithmetic projection or the geometric projection, right? But we have gone the route of the arithmetic projection with a steady growth. Moving from 20 in 2009 to 11,527 ATMs. You might want to ask me, how many ATMs do we have in Nigeria? In Africa, South Africa has the largest ATM base with over almost 50,000 now, followed by Nigeria with about 22,500. And a single brand is accounting for over 11,000. And that tells you that the big banks in Nigeria are not making such mistake. The banks who are using the brand here in Ghana also, the experience also, I believe, will be mentioned today during the presentation. So we believe that with this growth, there are more that we can offer the Ghanaian market. There are more that we can offer the customers in West Africa, in Central, in Eastern, and also in Southern part of Africa. But one question is, people ask a lot that what are my predictions for ATMs in years to come? And my question is, so far, cash is king, then ATM will still be relevant. Even in America, cash is king. In Europe, cash is king. Can we eliminate cash? No. So there will still be need for ATM. This is what we see every day in Nigeria. because the banks are not deploying as much as ATMs that are needed while issuing many cards. And many other options to cards or other alternative channels are failing. So cash is forever king. So what are the drivers promoting this? The demand for ATM. One, the replacement of the old ATMs by some bank procedure for amortization of assets. About 5 to 7 years. So you have to replace. For ATMs that cannot be upgraded to Windows 10, from Windows 7, you have to replace by default. Then demand for cash. You know, with the development happening in most cities in the countries, in Nigeria and Ghana, customers also will demand, you know, with new settlement, with new shopping mall, there will be need for deployment. And for every new bank that's been registered by the central bank, surely they will have physical branches, and there will be need to deploy ATMs. Off-site, surely you need machines. And lastly, beyond all this, the digital transformation agenda that every bank wants to run. Today you have banks, you know, recruiting chief digital officer. Then the branch transformation initiative surely will be supported by all these terminals we have today. Yes, we promote digital banking with all the alternative channels to ATMs. But how have they been faring? Not only in Nigeria, but also in Ghana and in other climates. The USSD that has been issued between the telcos and the banks in Nigeria about the fees, running to billions of naira unpaid. Internet banking, the other option, but how many of us today, right, still consider that? The mobile app and mobile money here, the Momo, but there are still some limitations. We had meetings yesterday with some bankers, and they also expressed the limitations of Momo and the need also to have ATM for integration. And on the other hand is the physical alternative channels, the POS. It is given that at most, 2 out of 10 transactions that you perform on POS have high probability of failure. Then the agency banking that we have as the alternative, you know, to provide financial services to the last mile, has also come with some challenges. All that I've mentioned before now are on the growth path. Why the physical branches are gradually, you know, being reduced in number year in, year out in Nigeria and also in Ghana, most especially post-COVID. Having mentioned all this, I want to discuss also, just in 2 perspectives, the cash automation initiative that we have done with few banks in Nigeria, and initiative also that we have around mobile integration with contactless ATMs, also in Nigeria and in another country that we're planning to go into next year. As long as cash is king, there will be movement of cash from one location to the other. It might be from individual to individual, or it might be from business to business, from merchants to banks. But one way or the other, there will be need to move cash in large volume. What other business case also is, which also speak to the theme for the day, the changing landscape of ATMs and mobile technology. Any day when we set out to go to work or any function, if your phone is left back at home, is forgotten, what do? You go back home to pick your phone. But if your card is in your wallet is forgotten, you can still survive, isn't it? And that tells you that mobile is more important than other alternatives. Yes. So we have also known that we should be able to drive that integration between mobile and our ATMs. So we also discussed that today. In 2014, one of the biggest banks in Nigeria was present here in Ghana, in Sierra Leone, in Guinea, in DR Congo, First Bank, with over 550 branches then, had a major problem. And the problem then was congestion of their branches with customers whose average cash deposit volume there was like 40,000 naira. Because they had, made all efforts to grow their retail brand. While the likes of big banks like Zenith was just for the high net worth individual and corporate. But growing their retail base became a big problem for the bank. And the last option they had then without the consideration of self-service technology was to get boxes, boxes in all the 550 branches. And just plain white envelope. So you go into the bank, into the branch, you fill in your name, the amount, and if it's your account, you put in account details, and you go. It's an offline cash deposit process. But it came with a lot of challenges for them. More trouble, more headache, more issues to be solved. Surely, for someone who needed money, right, in a third-party transaction, there was no instant value for that. So they were calling. Someone that deposited money from Onitsha branch, I've not gotten them in the market in Aba. Where is the money? Many issues around amount and details. Trust me, we are all African. Many will deposit 20,000 notes. So we'll put in 20,000 notes, but we'll write 30,000. What's the evidence? Then the bank also had to do manual evacuation at intervals. Taking out the envelopes, unpack it, count, post, all sorts. What happened again? Many fake notes. There are fake notes in circulation everywhere, not only in Nigeria, even in Ghana, isn't it? Some buy fake notes. And you see more of fake notes towards election. So, depositing fake notes. Yes, I'll put in 20,000 naira, but they are all fake. And I must get value for the 20,000. Because the bank also install camera. So I'll show you, I've deposited 20,000, and you must credit 20,000. So the question now is, who had replaced what was meant to be the real note with fake note? Then the bank also was spending so much on phone call, on customer to come back, maybe irregular signature or wrong account, wrong amount, whatever. And lastly, too many disputes to be solved. So a problem, the bank provided a manual approach to the problem, but created a series of issues. So the bank ran to us. Inlaks, what can we do? This is our problem. Because the bank worked with McKinsey then to identify this problem. Unfortunately, because we also have a very reliable OEM in South Korea. So we went to South Korea with executives of First Bank in 2018. And this product, which is the second from this side, happened to be the product today that has solved all the problems listed before now. It's the teller cash recycler. And this also has come to improve on the efficiency in cash management for the bank, also reduce the cost, manpower cost, because this machine is 3 times faster than a teller. when I was in IT bank then, an average teller was meant to post minimum of 250 transactions per day and maximum of 350 transactions per day. That guy can do 1,000 non-stop as long as possible. So the problem has been solved in the last 3 years with the teller cash recycler, which is just an automated cash deposit ATM that can accept and process online real time, 3 times faster, and it's quite different from the regular ATM that you have. And one good thing also that this has come to solve is you don't need the switch provider. Irrespective of the switch that you have today, we don't need it. We integrate with what we call the straight-through process using the API, the web service, and it has more benefits. So, with the benefits and the advantages of the second product that will be showcased to you, the speed, the accuracy, here it detects fake notes. When it detects fake notes, there are 2 options, either to machine, you can convert machine to seize it or to return to you back to the sender. The second is it improves customer experience. When we deployed this to First Bank, not only even the illiterates were able to perform transactions on this, and they were impressed. Unfortunately, there was a feedback given by a customer in the presence of the deputy MD. The woman said, from today, I will not see a teller face-to-face anymore, that this machine has come to stay in the bank, day and night. Then the issue of fraud also has been a thing of the past. Cost savings, and lastly, can process higher volume because it's 200,000 per transaction and it is continuous. Beyond that, when we solved that problem for the bank, it was just on-us transaction. On-us means that it can only absorb, it can only accept notes from particular bank, that bank that we mentioned before now, First Bank. But I was need again that can't I deposit from the First Bank to probably another bank, the interbank transfer. And that problem also was brought for us to a new bank in Nigeria today called Parallels Bank. Being a new bank, they want to be known for innovation, they want to solve an industry problem, and they bought some of these ATMs, the second one that we have over there. And what did we do also? We were able to solve that big problem that has never been, no one has broken in the industry. We got it sorted out a few months ago. And you can now do interbank. And this is very simple. Beyond solving the problem, the bank also has seen it as a source of revenue because they make 100 naira minimum per transaction for liquidity management on your behalf. Thirdly, also is the cash collection solution. They see it as an option for them. But beyond that, the bank is also so smart. If you are coming to deposit on their machine, you provide your details. They have the record. She mentioned during the introduction that banks and telcos are sitting on large data. But now depends on how you can mine the data, for customer acquisition. So that bank is also looking at, if I have your email address, I have a phone number, you are not my customer, then you are a potential customer for us tomorrow. Now, solving that second problem, innovation. So we've moved from growth to innovation, adding value on the on this hardware that we provided. So the other one is the hospital management. Bills payment is also possible today on that box. You can do cash deposit in your bank. You can do cash deposit to other bank. Now you can do bills payments, and hospital can ask us to build that for them. So with the patient ID, you bring out your details, you validate it, you make payments, you get your receipt, you collect drugs from pharmacy or pay your bills, and you are discharged. That is just one solution. In Nigeria, that bank asks us to do similar for dollar collection for fees in an embassy. It is applicable everywhere, but we'll sit with you to meet your needs. During COVID, I mentioned that we came here December 12, 2019. And during COVID, we were able to identify the need of the Generation Z and also Generation Y, who are mobile first, internet, the social media, that their need also is quite different from what we have today. And post-COVID, contactless ATM, whereby you initiate your your transaction from your mobile phone using USSD or your mobile app, and you approach the fourth ATM over there to make withdrawal with your NFC card or with your mobile app without, need for you to input your PIN, because there's no device for that. And that is what we call the frictionless, the contactless mobile ATM transaction. And these are the benefits. Surely, brand, which you'll be talking around, brand identity. A bank is known for that in Nigeria today, that they are the first to introduce that. Same First Bank also. We are happy to work with any bank here to be the first for innovation at our own cost. We provide the box, we provide the technology, and we do the integration. And that's the outcome of the solution. Fortunately also, we got another bank from Ethiopia, Bank of Abyssinia, who came around to Nigeria to understudy this innovation and to be replicated in East Africa. So our promises for you today, all promises. We know that your ATMs are due for replacement in the coming year. Because those ATMs, you spend more to upgrade to Windows 10 with less value. Am I right? Those ATMs that you have been carrying along over the past 7 years, they don't have fingerprint that you mentioned. They don't have barcode reader. They don't have NFC reader. They don't have the touch screen. So why spend $2,000 to upgrade such a dead ATM? What we're offering you is to move you from wherever you have today, any brand, to give you a buyback option and give you the next gen ATM that is compliant with all the features that you might think of that will take you to next digital bank, along with your roadmap. 2, we also believe that if you're able to go through the demos today with our experts, then you should begin to think of how do I migrate my cash routing transactions from your tellers today to any of the cash recycling terminals that we have here. That is cash automation. And the third is, yes, you are doing well with your mobile, with your Momo, with your banking app, but you don't have an integration with the new ATMs we want to give you next year. We have the solution, and we are ready to work with you, to plan with you, so that you are digitally compliant come 2023 using our brand of ATM. And lastly, not just the boxes. We want to sit with you also to see how we can bring out a lot of value-added services, enablement on the terminal that you have, beyond BIS payment, to do validation of identity. It is impossible because beyond running through, beyond the ISO 8583 switch option, our terminals also can be integrated with API, and that gives us the flexibility you can ever think of. Lastly, in conclusion, you all gather here, and your take home to your management, to your senior executive, decision maker, is that you have a partner locally here with the support of the OEM to take you along your digital banking strategy, to deliver cost savings, to save as much as 80% of your cost per transaction. 2, to increase on your revenue drive by focusing on your sales activities and giving your customer the personalized experience needed. And lastly, to acquire new customer and to retain the old customer with improved customer loyalty. And that is what we stand for. And we take it to destination. Thank you very much. We are Inlaks. We are the partner you can trust because we have the skills, we have the technology. We've been around for 40 years. You see on my slide, that 40 years, we've been around for 40 years. And for a company to have gone through thick and thin in 4 decades, that tells you that forever will right behind you. Thank you.
He said, thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to a bit of my Korean language. So you look at the next person by your side and say, Kamsanida. You got Kelvin clapping already. Yeah. So let's go once again. Kamsanida. And it just means thank you. We've been around for 40 years. And I tell you, we'll stay for the next 400 years. We ain't going anywhere. We'll definitely be here. A round of applause for Tokba Dari. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still preparing the meal. And you know when you get to that point where it has all the luxury on it, the main course itself, the reason why we are here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's all about these ATMs. You know, I had the opportunity to come early on, just get a spy, and I asked, so what can this one do? Says, Kweku, don't worry. When it's midnight and you've sold and you want to deposit the cash, don't worry. It could be midnight, but you could do wonders with these machines. The other one I got there and say, oh, don't worry, Kweku, this one is next gen, but we're giving it to you now. When I look at where technology is taking us through Hyeosung, I get excited because I know, yes, the world could have its difficulty, but this technology coming from Korea, ladies and gentlemen, could ease and make us feel at home. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are from any of our partner banks, talk about UBA, Zenith Bank, Access Bank, UNB, ladies and gentlemen, EcoBank. Of course, our regulators and our masters are here. The Central Bank of Ghana, Consolidated Bank, Fidelity Bank. I'm excited my friends from ARB Apex Bank are here. Oh my goodness, Opportunity International, OI, you are here. When it comes to the non-bank finance institutions, you are so strong. Indeed, FBN, my friends from First Bank, and then Stanbic Bank. This is what we present to you. If you think I've introduced it so well, just wait till I bring in my able technical team. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the indefatigable technical team as they come through to give you a presentation and a demonstration. Oh, let's give it up for them. Strong team. I'm sure when they pick the microphone, they'll tell you, guys, the applause are just for you. Just wave at them and say, we are here for you. All right, so I'll just hand over the microphone for them to give us that demo. Ladies and gentlemen, microphone to my team.
Good afternoon. So I'll be doing a demo for the mobile integrated contactless ATM. Like my ED has rightly said, it's the first in Africa where you don't need to touch the ATM for you to withdraw. It's fast, it saves time, and much more secure. I'm here with my phone where I'm going to make reservation to withdraw on this ATM. And the ATM is equipped with NFC reader that can read through the NFC communication protocol. So I'm going to be doing that right away. So I'm logging into my mobile app. So with my fingerprint, that's one of the security feature. Then I'm making cash reservation. So selecting the card, which has been pre-configured. Then also the account type, which may or may not be necessary. Then the amount I want to withdraw, selecting that. Then I submit my request. And I have a confirmation page for me to confirm I actually want to withdraw this amount. I click on yes, and then I now have to enter my transaction PIN for me to withdraw. You can see the series of authentication. So I enter my transaction PIN, then continue. So this is my reservation done, and then I want to withdraw on the mobile ATM now. I tap on this, and I have an instruction to tap my phone on the NFC reader. And I just did this, and the ATM started processing the transaction. So you can see the speed at which it processes the transaction. So what this means is at the comfort of your home, and while walking inside your car, you can make reservation on the mobile app, and you can as well use USSD code. I can demo that as well. So where you dial your code, like mobile money, the Momo agent, you can dial the code, then you come back, you come to the ATM, tap and withdraw. So you see the level of series of authentication is much more secure. And again, you could see the smart design. So a lot of things have been taken away to reduce the maintenance cost. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will be talking about.
Kindly, we produced you stationery. Note your questions down, because just afterwards they would allow for some Q&A. So I needed to remind you on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is our next gem dispenser, which comes with 4 cash cassettes. Each cassette can take about 3,000 mint notes and 2,800 circulating notes. It's very slick. It has a high security features. Come with 2 convex mirror to identify, or if you are doing a transaction and somebody is standing behind you. It also has NFC for contactless transaction. At the same time, it also comes with biometric device for fingerprint authentication. It also has 2 cameras, one for capturing face and the one for capturing the hand when the customer is taking the note for fraud authentication. At the same time, it also comes with a feature which is face detection solution. The face detection solution is to prevent fraud. For instance, if you are doing a transaction and you block the face camera, your transaction will be truncated, right? So these are the features it comes. I will invite Kazim as a customer to perform 3 categories of transaction. One, you will do balance inquiry, and then you will do withdrawal. After that, there will be another transaction that will block the face camera, which I expect that the transaction to be aborted. So these are the transactions that you'll be doing. So first of all, do balance inquiry. That's the balance inquiry. Yeah. So then the second one, I expect that I should be able to do withdrawal. Good. So our withdrawal is successful. Good. The next thing is to block the camera during the third transaction. Sorry, the transaction has been authenticated. Okay, go ahead. Yep.
Face
Yeah.
detection.
Session failed. So the transaction has got truncated, and then I expect it can when the do you have a face mask? Oh, yeah. Wearing the face mask. Wearing to do a transaction, and let's see what happened over there.
Failed.
Yeah. So these are categories of transaction that you can, and this is what this ATM can perform. All right. Yeah, you have face mask. Yeah. We are also looking at a situation whereby the person is wearing a face mask or nose mask. Do you have one with you? Okay. All right. No. Okay. Yes. Good.
I'm covering my face. I don't want the ATM to happen.
Yeah. What can't you see? Okay. So now entering is the key or entry the pin. He has finished entering the pin and said facial detection failed, which means the transaction has been truncated, aborted. So this is the solution that we have on this particular dispenser. Thank you. Okay, all right.
Okay. This is our cash recycling ATM. We call it MX8600. This ATM is actually for both cash acceptor and cash dispenser. This is not just a deposit and withdrawal machine, but a cash recycling machine. This means when some customer come to the ATM and deposit, another set of customer may come and withdraw that same amount. That same cash. So it means if you have ATMs in off-site location, you don't have to worry about loading the cash all the time. So the cash deposited by a particular set of customer will be withdrawn by another set of customers. And our bill checker has the capacity to detect the fake notes, meaning that if any customer deposits a fake note on this ATM, it will be detected. But the policy of the banks or the central bank policy will now determine what you want to do with the fake note. We have counterfeit cases in the ATM that actually take the counterfeit note and keep. But we have some policy, bank policies that said return the fake customers to the bank because they don't want a customer problem. So it depends. So let me show you how this works. Okay. This ATM work with both cardless and card transactions. Cardless in the sense that you don't have any cards, you come to the ATMs and make deposits on the ATMs. But because this is a demo, we need a card to do authentication. I have inserted my card. Entered my PIN. Then you have option for deposit, withdrawal, or balance inquiry. So what I want to do now is to deposit different denominations of Ghana cedis. So I want to see whether this ATM is intelligent enough to detect. So this is the location to deposit the cash. This can accept up to 200 notes at a go. So from what I deposited in the ATM recognized that I have 10 notes, one note of 10 cedis, one note of 20 cedis, and 4 notes of 50 cedis. So that is, and the total amount I'm depositing is 230 cedi. So if, peradventure, you decided that you don't want to deposit again, you change your mind, you can actually take your money back by selecting cancel, and the ATM will return back your money. But when you click on submit, then it takes your money, stack your money into the cassette. So the benefit of this ATM is that it actually separates the bad note from ATM fit note. You can, when it accepts the cash, we have what we call recycling cassettes and deposit cassettes in this ATM. So it separates those ATMs, those cash that are ATM fits in one cassette, and those ones that are bad mutilated notes in another cassette. This means you don't have to do the problem of sorting when you want to use that kind of cash to load some other dispensing ATM. So that is that about our recycling ATM. Thank you. That will be later. So this is our 8800 video teller machine. This is a standalone branch. These ATMs can do virtually everything you can do in a bank branch. For example, you want to open an account. So if you want to open an account, you can come to this ATM and do the account opening. And what are those things the bank need during account opening? Your KYC, the card, the ID card, and some other authentication. We have the ID card scanner, where you can scan your ID card. Then we have biometric authentication, where you can use your fingerprint to confirm that you are the actual owner of the card. Then, aside some customer service works, you can do both deposit and withdrawal. We have this is also a recycling ATM. So it can do the same recycling function from the previous ATM, as well as other customer service function. So just like the previous speaker has said that we have a lot of customers that still want to interact. They feel comfortable when they interact with someone in the bank. So this, you can actually activate the video conferencing option, which you can see the customer, the bank representative at the back end. And if you don't want the people around to listen to your conversation with the bank representative, you have a receiver where you can use to talk to the bank representative at the other end. Aside this, the same ATM is also has check deposits features where you can deposit cash or you can insert your cash, check and collect cash. So this ATM is a standalone branch that can perform virtually all the functions and services that a bank branch also can perform. So that is our 8800 video teller machine.
Yeah, good afternoon. I will take us through the teller cash recycler. And before the demo, I'll try to give the functionality description of the machine. The features this machine is having that is using to do all those miracles that Mr. Tokpedari has mentioned, and also the one Kevin mentioned. We have two types. We have the through-the-wall type, and we have the in-lobby type. The one we have here is the in-lobby type that can only be used inside the banking hall or in strategic locations with bank customers. But that means customers can only deposit on this machine during the banking hours. But for the through-the-wall type, it means that after the normal banking hour, customer can still access it to do deposit transaction on it. For now, I will give descriptions of the in-lobby machine. We have the screen to be a touch screen. It has a camera and it has a reflector, or let me say reflective mirror, for you to have an idea of who is behind you. On the front section there, around here we have three sections. The section where the bulk will be inserted, because the machine will pick it one by one so as to validate and confirm whether it's fake, the type of denomination is, to do the normal judgment before giving the analysis. The second section is when you put bulk deposit, bulk cash, as machine is picking, there is tendency to discover the one to be rejected. It rejects to this second slot. It means that any note that is in here during the transaction is categorized to be rejected notes. Then for this section, it is the cancelled cash that we see there. I will use the word cancelled or aborted cash. The machine is called teller cash recycler, but we said it's doing deposit transaction. Therefore, you ask me where is that recycler comes from. Now, it's doing recycling process because when it when you deposit cash into it, and along the way, maybe you want to cancel your transaction. You don't want to continue with such transaction, and you select cancel. The machine is having the capability to give you the exact set of notes that you insert into the machine, because it will go into the various cassettes where all those notes are dropped and pick them from those cassettes and return them back to you. That means the process of returning those notes to you is like a withdrawing process. Therefore, in such situation, is doing depositing into those cassettes and dispensing back from those cassettes. And that is recycling process. That is where that word recycler comes from. Now, we have two compartments, the upper and the lower compartment. For the upper compartment, we have different modules that do the processing of the accepted notes, from bulk collection to validation and transportation of notes into various dedicated cassettes. While the lower section, which is the vault section, is where we have the cassettes. Mr. Tokwe said this machine is having capability to accept large volume because it has up to 7 cassettes. Out of the 7, we have 4 big ones and 3 small ones. The 4 big ones, they have capacity of 3,000 notes per cassette. That is, for the 4, we have 12,000. And the smaller ones are 3 in number, and each of them is having capacity of 1,005 notes. That is 4,500. With 12,000, that's around 16,500 notes that can be accommodated by this machine. Now, out of those big cassettes, there is one we call overflow cassette. That one is only having deposit capacity or capability, while the other 6 are recycling capability. The one that is overflow is doing actually 3 rows or 3 functions. The first one is, assuming you come to this machine to do deposit of 500 Ghana cedis, and you have 10 denomination, 20 denomination, and 50 denomination. And in the cassette, we have dedicated cassette for each denomination. Let's now assume that the one that's supposed to take 10 denomination is filled up, and you are having 10 denomination as part of the note you want to deposit. It means that when you get here, if such overflow cassette is not available, that transaction will be aborted. But in his own case, all the 10 denomination in that transaction will be taken to overflow cassette, while others will be taken to their respective configured cassette. It means that for the 6 recycling cassettes, you have their configured denominations there. Whereas in overflow cassettes, you have mix of denomination. And that is why it's only doing deposit and not recycling. The second function of an overflow cassette is when you are doing transaction and there is a weak note. The tendency of a weak note can cause cash jam during transaction. For instead of taking that weak note into his configured cassette, and if such transaction require being cancelled, that will require picking down notes and return to the customer, which may likely lead to jam. The machine will not take it to its respective configured cassette. Even when that cassette is empty, it will take it to overflow where it can be returned to the customer, so as to prevent cash jam that will lead to downtime of the machine. That's the second function. And the third section is part of the cassette that can accommodate more nodes in the machine. Those are the 3 functions of the overflow. As mentioned by Mr. Tokwe, the speed is superb. Also, the counterfeit handling is special. Now, the demo we'll do on this machine will be in 3 sections, because he mentioned on-us transaction, not on-us transaction, and hospital bill payment. Therefore, the demo will be 3 in 1. Therefore, I will start with not on-us transaction. The process is very simple, and that's why even if someone is illiterate, it's very easy for the person to do transaction on this machine, because it's only having just one screen to enter parameters. And after that one screen, every other screen is just to click on next, next, next to the end of the transaction. Just focus on. Now, as indicated on the screen, is telling the customer to touch the screen to start transaction. Now, I've touched. Now it's giving me the three options. Now it depends on me which of the options I want to go for. Do I want to do unknown transaction, or I want to deposit to other bank, or I want to deposit to hospital? Now, I want to start with unknown transaction. Now, selecting on unknown transaction, what I have on the screen here is for the customer to enter the details. It's for the customer to enter the details. I only have the name of the depositor, the mobile number of the depositor, the account number of the account holder, meaning that the account holder may be different from the depositor. Now, for the name of the depositor, I want to be the depositor. Now, the mobile number. Then the account number. Now, the way it flows is, it's an API-driven solution. As it's doing the transaction, there are two separate servers that this machine is interfacing with before interfacing with the bank application. And those are the name inquiry servers and the post-deposit server. Now, after entering the account number, I will select next to go to the next stage. Now, by selecting the next, the machine is interfacing with, is communicating with the name inquiry server to pull the account name attached to this account number, so as for the depositor to confirm that it's actually depositing into the correct account number. Now, this is a demo. It has communicated with the name inquiry server, and it has called up the account name attached to that account. Now, after confirming that the details are okay, I select next. By selecting next, the machine is expecting me to insert cash. Now, if I have bulk notes, all I need is just to continue feeding this, and the machine will be picking it. Now, it has picked my notes. The details of the analysis of what it has picked will be displayed on the screen for me. Now, it's now left for me to check the account details, whether they are all correct, and also the analysis of the list of notes that have been inserted, if they are all correct. If they are correct, I will click on next, and it communicates with post-deposit server to conclude my transaction. If I do not agree with this analysis, all I need is to click on cancel. Therefore, in case of delay, it can bring up the notification to tell me whether I need more time or I want to cancel. If I cancel the transaction, it picks my note and returns it back to me. But if I'm okay with the analysis, all I need is to select next. Now it will deposit and print my receipt. This is very critical because this is the evidence that I've transacted on this machine. There can be issues, there can be network related issues. To present to the bank to claim or to show them that I've done transaction on the machine. That's that for unknown transaction. For the not unknown transaction, it's very simple. It will first of all give me the list of fees for performing, for depositing into my account on another bank's TCR terminal. Therefore, after having this, it will give me the range. If I agree with this condition, I will proceed. If I do not, I will cancel. Now I want to proceed. Now it's giving me options of list of banks, all the banks that I want to deposit to. All I need is to select the bank I'm depositing to. Let's assume that I'm depositing to Access Bank. Then next, I will enter my details, my bank details. Then my account detail. Then that is showing me whether my detail is correct. It has already communicated with name inquiry server to pull out my account name. If I'm okay with this one, I select next, insert cash. Then after that, it will display the analysis. If I'm okay with the analysis, I will select next to conclude the transaction, and it will print my receipt for me, which is very simple. Then lastly, for hospital payment, now this is a case. If the receipt is having problem, because it's expected to print my receipt after transaction. If the receipt printer is either having problem or is out of paper, the machine will automatically out of service, because it won't want me to do transaction without having an evidence for my transaction. And that's just what happened now. The machine is out of paper and it takes the machine out of service. Now, I want to insert paper into the TCR, into the printer. Now, you can see that it has come to service after confirming that I have paper in the receipt now. Now, I want to do the last transaction, which is hospital payment. The same thing goes for hospital payment. I will need to pay for fee for using the machine. If I agree, all I need is to enter the depositor's name, the patient ID, because the hospital is already having details of their patient. Therefore, any transaction to that patient ID is indirectly linked to the details of that patient in that hospital. Therefore, all I need is to supply the patient ID to confirm from the server from the hospital as the depositor. I will need to indicate my name to confirm that I actually initiated a transaction on that machine. I need to put my phone number to confirm my own ID. Then I need to put the ID of the patient. Now, by selecting next, it will pull the detail, the name of that patient, for me to confirm that I'm actually paying for a correct patient in that hospital. Therefore, that has displayed. Therefore, if I'm okay with the detail, all I need is to click on next. Then the actual amount that I'm supposed to pay for that hospital bill will be inserted. One needs to insert that cash properly. Therefore, the analysis will be displayed next to conclude the transaction, and the receipt is printed. And that's just the special functions of TCR for both on-loss transaction, transaction, not on-loss transaction, and for bill payment. The bill payment can be for another case, not only hospital. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause coming. Demonstration of our ATMs. I don't know if you want to sit, but the team are here. I know there are several questions that you would want to put across. You can just raise your hand up. I'll bring the microphone to you, and then you tell us where you're coming from, the name of your bank, and then the question you have. Okay, can I see the hand up? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, it starts with a lady. I'm excited about this. Let's give her a round of applause, please. So we take 3 questions and then we put them together.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Priscilla Kumi. I'm from Fidelity Bank. So I wanted to ask a few questions, especially with your cash accepting deposit ATM. So you mentioned that if a note is detected as counterfeit, it would inform. It would either give it back or return the rest of the notes. I'm depositing 1,000 cedis, and then 2 is found and credits the 900 and return 2 notes that's counterfeit, or that whole transaction is going to, because it's mixed with either weak notes or counterfeit notes. And then also with the teller ATM, I wanted to find out the off-us transaction, not on us transaction, yes. So I'm calling it off-us, sorry. So I wanted to find out, is it real time? If, let's say, I credit a GT Bank account, am I getting the credits there real time, or it will take a while before that account is credited? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you are from Fidelity Bank. Please, I don't know, there are wave interruptions, especially when the cameras move. Just shift a little bit when the microphone breaks. Around this table, they have a few questions.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dawo.
Why am I getting the mic end? Please come over. The 3 persons, just take your questions right here.
Hello, good afternoon. My first question is the contactless. Means it can only perform on us transaction, right? 1, because it should be reading your mobile app. Secondly, if 2 banks are using the same ATM, can it perform not on us transaction? If I'm coming from bank A that uses the same ATM, bank B using the same ATM, then I come to the last one, depositing to other bank's account. At what point is the fee computed? And when is the fee deducted? Is the fee on the depositor or the account holder? I may be paying to somebody's account for a purpose. I'm paying 100 Ghana cedi into your account. If the fee is deducted from the 100 Ghana cedi, means I have not paid the right amount. So at what point in time is the fee computed and deducted from the transaction. Thank you.
Do we answer now or you take one final?
Let's get all the questions.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Shadrach, and I'm from United Bank for Africa, UBA. My question is with regards to the ATM deposit machine, that one that takes deposit. Now, I think in 2008, there was a directive from Bank of Ghana when it comes to third-party deposit. And it is required when a customer comes to a banking hall to do a third-party deposit, there are some information that the banks needs to take from the third-party depositor. One of the key things that we actually look out for is the ID verification. So if a customer walks to one of these ATMs to do a third-party deposit, how is the system actually configured to verify the ID of the third-party depositor? Now, that is the first question. Now, the next question is that of the first ATM, I think the second one, the contactless one. So for that, I want to find out, is there a different application that
some of them that will still be repeating the same questions.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. My name is Raymond. Raymond from Consolidated Bank. Yeah, my question is a simple one. With all these nice machines, Consolidated Bank has spread across the country. So, are we able to say
support? Okay. Let's start from the first question from Fidelity Bank. You want to know how the ATM is going to treat the counterfeit notes deposited by a customer. What happened to the remaining real notes? For example, if I try to deposit 300 CD, from the 300 CDs the ATM collected, 20 CD is counterfeit. The ATM will display on the screen that it has accepted 280 CD and 20 CD is rejected due to. So it now depends on the depositor to proceed and deposit that 280 or decided to take the money back. It's your choice. And how to treat the counterfeit note depends on your central bank policy. We have some country that the central bank policy said when you take a counterfeit note from customer, perforate it. So for that kind of environment, what the counterfeit note goes directly to counterfeit cases, and it will be indicated in the receipt to the customer that so amount has been taken to counterfeit cases for reconciliations or disputes reconciliation. But if you operate in an environment where you have toxic customer that don't want to listen to that kind of, you return the counterfeit note back to customer. He or she knew that from 300 CDs he has deposited, 20 CDs is still back to him, and 280 CDs is displayed. So if you want to proceed to deposit the 280 cedis, proceed. If you are not interested in completing the transaction again, then you take all the money back. Thank you. Okay, let me quickly, I think I have one other fee or not on us. I think that can happen on both recycler and TCR. Because we have, from where we are using the recycler also, so some bank do third-party deposits where they take revenue from it. The one that I have experienced, that we have a real-time experience, if you deposit 300 CD and your charges is 10 CDs, it will show clearly that it's going to credit you 290 CD, while 10 CD is your charges. If you agree, you go ahead. If you are not agree, you take your money back. I think the last one that I want to respond to is the ID verification for third-party deposits. I don't know I don't want to talk more on that for TCR, but for Fidelity, the FTM, the big ATM at the extreme end, it's equipped with ID card scanner, where the customer can scan the ID card for his transaction. Thank you. No, another person will answer that.
So on the question relating to real-time status of transaction, whether not on us or on us transaction, the transaction on TCR is real-time. As you are seeing the receipt printing out from the printer, you are getting credit alert if the telco network status at that point is very strong. It's immediate. Then on the fee on deposit transaction on TCR, the printout on TCR will indicate the analysis after the transaction for not on us or anyone that's having charge of deposited amount, fee amount. It means that if you want to do a 300 Ghana cedi and you know that 10 cedi is the charge, it's always advisable that you had that 10 cedis to it, so that you do the actual 300 cedis that you want to do to the particular recipient that you are sending money to. Then for the there's another question that who pay for the fee? The depositor pay for the fee, because it's the one that wants convenience. If the account holder is the depositor, account holder pay for the fee. And I think that answers that question completely. Then for the ID verification, in Nigeria for now, with the 5 customers that we have in Nigeria, now where we have implemented third-party deposit, that condition, that ID verification is not part of their condition. But if that is needed, the advantage of an API solution is you have opportunity to modify to your taste. For if that is needed in this environment, is achievable, because we have a camera on the machine that can capture the face of the customer and do some things around the captured image for verification purpose. Thank you.
We'll take the next batch. I have 2 questions on the mobile contactless ATMs from UBA, asking whether the solution architecture will support the existing infrastructure and also the existing authentications in the bank. So what we have done, we don't reinvent the wheel. We integrate with the existing infrastructure, your mobile banking server or the USSD server, depending on the options. So which means that all your customers, they are pre-enrolled. They don't need to get onboarded for this particular service. And they'll be using their existing authentications, credentials. Take, for instance, if you choose the option of USSD, so all your customers already, as long as that customer has subscribed to USSD services, he or she will use the credentials that he or she may be using for the USSD transaction. And if it were a mobile banking application, there is no need to use any other PIN. He or she will continue to use the mobile banking login credential as well as the the PIN for the transaction. So it's just need to integrate with the existing infrastructure. I think that answers the questions on that. Then on the question from Zenith, talking about the offers capability, like my colleague has rightly said, these solutions are API based. They are not, we don't have any constraint with ANDC protocol or the ISO 8583 protocol. So with API, we can design and develop and tailor it to your requirement. So we can actually undo offers transaction. We just need to either leverage an e-wallet, maybe by telco, where when the customer make reservation, that fund might be moved to that temporarily. And by the time he or she comes to use the ATM, so that is referenced to his bank, to his or her bank, to have that transaction authorized. So we can do for both on-house and offers.
Okay, thank you. I think we got a question from CBG on support. I think the last question was from CBG on support. Yes, so for support, what I'll say is we have...
he wants to finish the question.
Okay, so that's fine. So let him finish the question.
The question was that, do you have regional presence across the regions such that if we find ourselves, because we have branches in quite remote areas, where if you have downtimes and need for support, your coverage reaches out, because turnaround time for support is one of the critical things for our customers. So it's indeed nice to have all these things, but the support side is also very critical for some of us.
Okay, so
thank you.
At present, we have factory trained engineers serving both our northern sector regions and then our southern sector regions. At present, we are serving ATMs in Tema, through Ho, through Kumasi. We serve ATMs in Enchi, Seshi. We support ATMs all the way up north to Wa and Boga. So doing business with us, be assured that your ATMs will support. It doesn't matter where the deployment is. You have immediate support for the ATMs. Thank you.
Okay, just hold on, be up here.
Hello, okay. So, you know, we want to have a beautiful picture of you with the background. And that's why I put you here, okay?
There you go. Just closer. Other questions? You are in, okay.
My name is Seth from GC. I have a number of questions. The first one has to do with what power conditioners comes with these ATMs? Does it come with an inbuilt UPS or any power conditioners? In our environment, how power affects the components and those things. So does it come with its own power conditioners? That's the first one. The second one is what's the lifespan of these ATMs? And then I think the support presence, it has been answered. And then when it comes to the bulk cash, how much, when you say bulk, customer can come within about, let's say, 10,000 bills. So at a point in time, how much can it be deposited? I also have a question of e-receipt. I think he demonstrated when there is no receipt, it rejects the transaction. Can it be configured to give an e-receipt so that if, let's say, there is a problem with the receipt, it can, instead of it rejecting the transaction, an e-receipt can be generated for the customer, for the transaction to continue? Okay. The other question is what denominations does it accept? Now currently we have 1 to 200 CD denomination. So what denominations does it accept? And then if it doesn't accept any denomination, can it be instructed that can an instruction be on the ATM to inform the customer that maybe this ATM do not accept these denominations? I think that is all. Thank you.
Doctor said, are you sure? He thinks you have more. Please take over.
Good afternoon. My name is Louis Ejapon. I'm a control and compliance person. Presently I'm unemployed. Yes. I'm actually impressed with the features and the functions of the ATMs as presented. I have only one question. I had something about face detection. So with the face detection, I'm just wondering, what purpose? Whose face is going to be detected? Detected, yes. Is it the account holder or the person using the ATM at a particular moment? So for instance, if I, as an account holder, decide to give my ATM card to my wife, does her face have to be detected before she can access the funds or something? Thank you.
Please, you should consider creating employment for this man. No? Let's give him a round of applause, please. All right, so any more questions? I still have a lot of questions coming. I might have to plead that we extend the question. Dr. I'll come and consult with you on the question time. Okay, that's why we're here.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kofi Boateng, UMB. My question is just two, but one has been already answered. Concerning the receipts, you realize that at the time of doing a transaction, the receipt can even jam. So if the system should go off because the receipt has jammed, that becomes a problem. I was also thinking you should consider giving out or sending out e-receipts or some sort of SMS to confirm the transaction the person has done at that moment. Right. And then my second question is with the deposit machine concerning payments, hospital payments. If I'm going to do deposit, I know that I'm going to do X amount. But when it comes to payment, I might not know my bill. So at a point where I get my bill and I come to pay and say my notes I'm holding is more or higher notes, so it might require some form of change. What happens? If I should put in the large amount, let's say 200 CD notes, and I'm paying maybe 150, how do I get my change? Because it's a bill payment. I'm not making a deposit into my account that you say it will be credited to my account. I'm paying a fixed amount and go away. So what happens? Can it be configured to give change? Thank you.
I thought you would clap for him more. The questions that are coming, yes, please come over. Is there enough?
Or you want more questions? You want to answer? He should go ahead. We should hold on. Okay.
You can speak English?
Morning, everybody. My name is Paul. I'm from Cote d'Ivoire. Sorry for my English. One of my questions is what the man just asked. Yes, concerning the payment, you need to have a change from your payment. How the issues of payment have been solved. And secondly, is it possible to add the contactless solution to save money safe? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My team, able team, they are here. Microphone to you.
I think most of these questions are for me. I'll start from the power stability, or let's say power solution of Hillsong ATM. Out of all the brand of ATM, out of all, Hillsong is having the best of solution for powering the equipment. I call our power pack an intelligent power pack because of the mode of operation. It has an inbuilt battery, but the mode of the operation is not the same as others. Others are doing the work of either UPS, or let's say the mode of UPS operation. That's what others are putting in their machines. But for this one, it's so intelligent that when a customer is doing transaction on the machine and there is total power failure, it has the capability to support that transaction till when that customer ends the transaction. And as soon as that transaction is ended, the machine will shut down itself. And as soon as that power is restored, the machine will boot up itself without any human interference and come to service and continue transaction. That is the mode of operation of Hillsong Power Pack. Let's even assume that nobody is doing any transaction on the machine. And that scenario happened, total power failure. The moment the machine senses that there is complete power failure, it will shut down itself, and as soon as the power is restored, it will boot up itself and come to service. And that process assists in safeguarding damaging of things like control electronics, motherboard that can be damaged due to abnormal power supply. That is a solution. On the other way around, the bank too needs to do their own section of the power supply. There's need to have healthy power supply to the ATM. Therefore, we can't say because we have that solution, you just expose the machine to anything. Therefore, on the bank side, the clean power that's supposed to be given to the equipment needs to be prepared. I hope that answered that power section. On the lifespan of an equipment can be deduced from the lifespan of different modules in that equipment. Therefore, I will answer that question in a special way, that if you have an ATM, you have a number of modules in it, and the lifespan of those modules determines the lifespan of that machine. And for our environment, we'll look at between 5 to 15 years. I pick 5 to 15 years because each of those modules are having mathematical calculation of their lifespan. And the mode of our support is that we don't categorically say this machine is beyond operation. For if a module is having problem, we remove that module, work on the module, return it to the machine, and the machine continues doing the normal transaction. But any machine that I use for 10, 15 years, I think you have gotten your investment on it. Now, the third question is, how long, okay, what's the maximum one can do on an ATM, on a TCR? You know, I mentioned that it's a continuous deposit. Therefore, as you are feeding it, it continues taking it. But from control point of view, banks set limitation. Therefore, it now depends on the bank. But the hardware design of the TCR is to continuously be taking the note as you are feeding it. But from your control unit, you can set a limit. There is a bank in Nigeria that told us to set a limit of 200 notes. Therefore, when you are feeding it continuously, per transaction, the moment it gets to 200 counts, it gives the notification to complete the transaction of that particular one and initiate another one. You understand? Therefore, that is the control set by that bank. But in terms of the hardware capability, it can continue taking notes to million. Then on the receipt, that if there is an hardware failure from from the receipt printer, if that failure comes before the transaction, like it happened during the demo, the machine goes out of service. But if it happens at the point of printing for the transaction is already successful. The customer at that point will get notification for the transaction. But let's assume that that transaction is a failed transaction and the machine is to print for that failure and that jam happens. Automatically, for every transaction that is being done, there is a journal recorded and is electronic, recorded on the machine. Therefore, if the machine is unable to print receipt for the customer for failed transaction or even for successful transaction, there is a replica of it on the journal. But let's assume that for the case of a failed transaction that the customer needs to present an evidence to claim his or her money, at that point the machine failed, it won't continue other transaction. Therefore, that customer's transaction will be the last transaction to be recorded by that terminal and can be referenced from the journal recorded on the machine. You understand?
In addition to that, I think if I get the question right, the questionnaire wants to know that if the receipt printer is faulty, you don't want the ATM to stop transaction. You want the ATM to continue transaction. That is doable. You know, the application is talking to the receipt, and the way the application is currently designed is when the receipt is faulty, go out of service. So if your own requirement says we don't want the transaction to stop, send an e-receipt and continue transaction, we can do that. Remember when the Harrison representative was talking the other time, he said the only edge Yosong has other ATM is that we don't give you what we have. We want to know your problem, then we give you solution. So it is doable, we can do it.
Thank you so much. Then on the list of denomination that can be accepted, it can accept any number you want it to accept. The only thing is you have we have 6 recycling cassettes, meaning that we can only configure maximum of 6 dedicated cassettes. That is 6 denominations. For if what you want the machine to accept is more than 6 different denominations, it means that every other one will be going into the overflow cassette. You understand? But you can have 6 dedicated denominations that can be configured on this TCR. Then for the hospital payment, the mode of payment in an hospital, even if I'm to go to the finance unit of the hospital, you must have the bill to pay first. It is that bill you take to that unit to pay. It means that before you go to the ATM to do the bill payment, you know the amount that you're actually paying for that treatment. For that, answer that question, that you have an amount you are paying before you get to the ATM. Now, on the aspect of collecting change,
Yes, that from, yes. So thanks for that question. I think it actually helps us to think on how to address issues or pressing it. Yes, when you ask that question, yes, what we currently have does not support that. But I can tell you we can do that. And how do we do that? Solution is API based. 2 options. We can have an option where the customer comes with bigger bill in order to give change, as long as there will be a field where the customer will enter the actual bill amount. And by the time he deposits the amount, the ATM will be able to compare how much he has deposited, and the difference can be paid electronically into his account or a wallet in the hospital, which makes that, okay, he has some amount of money which he can use for future service, or he is electronically paid the balance. And there could be some other options we can use. But I think okay. Okay. Yeah, you are correct. And that will work for a recycler machine that can also dispense. But this is bulk deposit. That's why I gave the option of electronic transfer of the balance into the customer account, or the balance will be stored in the customer patient's wallet. So, but yes, for a recycler, that option also will work to give the balance to the customer. Then for the compliance officers, yes, all our solutions, we ensure we factor in the regulatory requirements and also the policy of the bank. So talking about the face detection, there is a difference between face detection and face recognition. So the requirement for ATM is that whoever comes to the ATM to withdraw, as long as you have the credentials, the ATM should pay. The purpose of having face detection is the case where your credential has been compromised, and the person that wants to use the ATM, he wants to cover up. That will prevent that. So for third-party withdrawal, as long as this solution is just identifying human face. So your face must be valid as human, and that is, we leverage an artificial intelligence, looking at all the facial features human being can have to do this. But for facial recognition, that is not the requirement of any regulatory requirement, and again, it's also complex, but because facial recognition will recognize your face and identify you as Kofi, that, oh, this is Kofi, and that requires a whole lot of software development, and again, you must also have another server that the ATM will compare that face for reference. That will also and elongate the timing for the transaction. So what this solution is doing is just facial detection, identify that the person transacting on the ATM is human being. Thank you.
I was just behind, and the customers or our clients wanted to know that you answer the question so well, but they don't know you. So equally, you can say, my name is, and I have been with Inlaks and a few others. Please, you know them, but they're answering your question so well. So somebody drew my attention to it. Of course, if it's company policy that you don't disclose, then, okay, all right.
My name is Kazim Adeoye, Product and Innovation Manager for Inlaks.
My name is Alabi Ramon Adekunle, the Technical Resource Center, and I've joined Inlaks for over 14 years now. Alabi Ramon Adekunle.
In Ghana, when you say Alabi, we know where you are coming from. This is my Nungwa brother. You all know. Yeah. So you are one of us, okay? Yeah. In fact, your natives are from Nungwa here. It's not far. I'm taking you there shortly.
My name is Ademola Aderomu. I am the ATM's software support and implementation manager. I've been with Inlaks for 13 years.
Any more? That's fine.
So my name is Ebenezer Usu. I'm the technical head of our infrastructure business unit. We handle the ATM business in Ghana. I've been with Inlaks since 2013.
All right, thank you very much. You can see more questions. Chief, you're coming back again? Do we allow Topper? He's been here with about 5 questions. You're back again. Okay, please line up in that order. Come, you put the questions through very quick, 30 seconds.
Good afternoon. Thank you and good afternoon. Please, during the presentation, you mentioned that with the intelligence ATMs, deposit accepted ATMs, we don't need switches in order to do deposit. I would like you to throw more light on that so that I understand how it operates so far as the web application is concerned. And also, same on the deposit. I know your bill validators will have to work with features on currencies. I want to know your source of this data. And also, as we all know, there are grays so far as counterfeit is concerned. I'm from Cowbank. Thank you.
So he's from Cowbank. Please, team, did we get the questions right? Okay, one other person help me with the question and I'll quickly throw it through. So I have Naira, Sefa, and CD. I put it together and try to deposit. What feedback am I getting? Please help me. All right.
Thank you. My name is Charles Amu from Absa Bank. This is one is the suggestion or submission, and then the other one is a question. The contactless transaction, if it's the machine that we are talking about, as somebody saying that would be the first. I don't know if the machine, the ATM itself, or the transaction. If it's the ATM itself, then I'm fine with it. But if the transaction, then I know that my bank, Absa Bank, is doing contactless transaction, which we call it the QR code transaction. You start from your mobile app on your phone, and you go through the process, and then you just cash the funds from your ATM, and that ends it. But my question itself is on the image. When the image is blocked, that's, I think one of the gentlemen just explained that that will truncate the transaction when the image is blocked. That's if the person is trying to cover the face or something. You know, we are in a system where we have a lot of fraudsters, and people try to, disguise themselves to go and do transactions, having taken advantage of customers' ATM card and all that. My question is it a system that, is it for this particular ATM, or is a technology that can be introduced onto other ATMs that do not have that technology or mechanism? So that if ATMs are very expensive, and if banks have already rolled out a lot of ATMs, if they don't have that mechanism for them to go back and buy ATMs for this purpose, it will be a no-no. But my question is, what is the alliance and partnership between Inlaks and then your song doing to help banks that do not have that technology? Thank you.
Hillsong, they are begging you that just that feature that you have, that nobody in the world has, if you can credit them small of it to put in their own, because already they have spent money to waste. Is it possible?
My name is Wisdom. I'm with CBG. Concerning the TCR, you made mention that the cassettes are assigned to specific denominations. I want to know what happens when a specific cassette gets full. I think you said it goes to the overflow. What happens when the overflow too is full? You have other cassettes assigned to certain denominations which are empty. So basically that's my question.
The overflow too can get full. So when your overflow too is full, now it means I should go home, take the money home.
Okay, my name is Joseph AJ from Service Integrity. Okay, so I have two questions. So the first one is, I want to know how easy it is to install third-party applications on the ATMs. So for example, where you have a third-party application that you can use to gather your EJs. So you want to know whether you can run, or you also have your special application you use in collecting the EJs. And then for the fourth machine, the one used for the cardless, do you necessarily need that for the cardless, or you could use the third one for a cardless, where you can use your mobile application for a cardless transaction? A customer gets an SMS alert with a code, then you go to the ATM and you enter the code and you are able to transact when you don't have the NFC machine. You don't have the NFC machine. And then for the machine you use for the bill payment, so I think in your presentation you mentioned that where you enter your name and the medical record number or something like that, the bill you are supposed to pay it should pop up. But in the case where we have hospitals that don't use the electronic medical record system, they are doing manual, so everything is manual. When you enter your medical record number or something like that, how do you get the bill to pay? Is there an option where you enter your bill, the amount to pay, and then you just go ahead, or necessarily the amount must pop up? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just two more.
Thank you. My name is Seth Wangit, once again, from GCB Bank. I have one question. Do the ATMs, can you deposit into a mobile wallet? So GCB will have a J money. If supposing I want to deposit into the mobile wallet, since you can deposit into an account, can it go into a mobile wallet? Secondly, during the presentation, I didn't hear anything about Forex. In case I have my dollars or pounds, can I deposit to get cedis? And then also, based on what you asked, can I deposit these different denominations too? let's say in case I have a dollar account, can I deposit cash into my dollar account?
All right, thank you very much. Please, let's take the few other questions.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is John from UBA. So my questions are just two. So it's in regards to the facial detection feature on the ATM. So my question is, at what point is the camera triggered? So is it at the point where the customer approaches the ATM or when the NFC or the card reader is engaged? Because we've had some instances where customers came to the ATM for other purposes than just doing transactions. And secondly, my question is, how intelligent are these cameras? So in terms of obstruction, so there are instances where the obstruction is not mainly from the customer. So for instance, the ATM is on, let's say, an off-site location. We have dust, we have water and other environmental factors that could obstruct the camera's view. So how intelligent are these cameras to actually detect that this is not a fraudulent issue? Okay, and can this feature be actually overwritten by the institution based on their discretion? Thank you.
Did you mention your name? And
yeah, John from UBA, please.
All right, so John from UBA, and the final one, we might, after answering these questions, we might have to go on with the presentations. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kwaku. My name is Shandolf, and I work with Jetstream Africa. We work with Inlaks, excellence work, innovation, so thanks so much. So my question is, in terms of if the machine has a challenge, which is a technical challenge, and that is recorded in the journal, how does that talk to the tech team? Because in Ghana, and this one is just a sarcastic comment, it looks like all the challenges you go to bank and you hear, the network is not working, right? So if there is a problem with the machine, how do you hear, or how do you get that feedback on the technical side? And then the second one, the bill payment, does the person that want to pay the hospital bill, is it supposed to have an account with that particular bank? Or how does that work? If I want to pay a bill to the hospital, do I have to have an account in that bank, or it doesn't matter? Thank you.
John, a round of applause for him. He had our final question. We go to our team to start with answers for us.
Yeah, I'll start from the architecture of TCR. That is how it's communicating. I'll just do a virtual diagram. You have the TCR, you have the server, and you have the banking application server. Now, the middle one is where you have the authentication, the name inquiry, and post deposit. Now, when I start transaction from the TCR, at the point that I enter the account number, the TCR communicates with the name inquiry server at the middle to pull the account name for the card holder, for the customer to verify that it's okay. If it is okay, it proceeds to the next stage to insert cash and confirm the analysis. If the analysis is okay, the TCR goes to the middle line again and communicates with the post deposit server that, okay, I have accepted the cash, credit the customer. And at that point, the customer's account is credited. And that's just the architecture. I hope that answers that person's question. Now, for switch, you have the switch holding that middle line. You have the ATM, you have the switch, and you have the banking application. Therefore, the role that switch is doing at that middle line is what those servers where you have the API for name inquiry and post deposit is handling. Only that a separate vendor is supporting your switch, but your team is the one managing your application servers. I hope that answered that question. Then for the second question around currency templates, how we handle the deposit. There is a procedure for the implementation. And the first one is to generate currency database. In the case of Ghana, we have database already for Ghana CDs because we have our deposit machine here. But in a situation whereby we are going to a country where we do not have their database, we work with our partner to gather nodes and build the database for the recognition. Because which is part of the configuration that has already been done on the TCL, as it's picking each node under that microseconds, is comparing collected notes with the database that has already been on the machine to compare whether it's Naira, CD, dollar, fake or real notes. You understand? For the template has already been incorporated into the solution before we do transaction on it. I hope that answered that question too. Then, how we handle multiple currency. Now, the machine can only handle a currency at a time. It means that if this TCR is configured for CD, if I come with a dollar note that is real, it will reject it because it's configured to handle Ghana CDs. Therefore, any other note outside Ghana CDs will be rejected because it's not configured to handle that template. You understand? For if in Ghana there is a customer that requests for dollar deposit, on the template on that terminal deployed to that customer will be dollar, and if you take Ghana CDs to that terminal, it will be rejected because it's not configured to accept CD, but rather is configured to accept dollar, depending on what is configured on each terminal. Then what happens when overflow is filled up? The machine goes out of service. Because at that point, the mentality of the machine is if the next customer comes and I need to take a note to overflow, how will I handle it? The moment the machine has senses that overflow is filled up, because as cash is being deposited into all the cases, there is an indicator that will be showing to the teller or the custodian the rate at which the machine the cash is increasing in the cases with corresponding counts. You understand? Now, when they evacuate, the custodian is expected to clear cash counts. If physical cash is evacuated and the physical count is not cleared, the machine will not go to service because it's expected that, okay, the cassette is empty, but my logical count is having value. Therefore, in such situation, the machine will not go to service, and it will record an error. And that is another beauty of all these machines from Hillsong. An average, or let me say a non-technical custodian would do first level support conveniently on all the terminals without any issue. Because on each of them, there are video guides. There are error codes and associated video guide that will tell you the area where the problem lies. And that will give you an insight to what you can do before the engineer arrives. A situation whereby we are to do hospital bill payment deployment for an hospital that is operating at with very old system. Every innovation comes with associated expenses. for an hospital to deploy this solution, they must be ready to upgrade some things in their system. Because the database of their patient is what will be called up when patient ID is to be validated. Therefore, the hospital must have a server where as patients are coming and they are admitting the patient, they enter the details of those patients on that server, and when the patient family member wants to pay and they enter that ID of that patient, it goes to that server to call up the details of the patient that they've already imputed. It means that if they are not ready to upgrade that, it means that they are not ready to deploy automated payment system. Therefore, they need to invest on that. Okay. Now for Forex ATM, for now, because Forex ATM means that you put in, let's say, Ghana cedis and the machine dispense dollar. It is a complex technology, and you know, when you want to invest your resources in something, there must be a market for it. The question is, do we have a market for it? And the answer is no. I think I've answered all the questions. Which one?
Okay. Thank you. I will just touch one or two that you have said, that you have mentioned just fast. From the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 terminal that we have here, the first and the third one, are connected to switch. Others machines are API based. Simple as that. The API, we can integrate it to anything you want. You see, talking about payment bill, like somebody talk about mobile wallet, Momo, all we need is your manual operation. Then we automate it. Simple. So how are you doing this thing manually? Okay, this is the steps. Then we use that manual process, then automate it for you. That is how it works. Whether hospital, Momo, wallet, everything you are doing. So just take us through your manual operations. So based on your manual operation, we will design the architecture such that we can automate it. Third-party applications on our ATMs. Very simple. I think Yosong is one of the ATMs that are very flexible. That even most times, all the banks that are using Yosong, when they are introducing third-party applications on our terminal, they don't even inform us because our applications are not too close. So we open it such that you can do whatever you want to do on the ATM. Okay, you have talked about different denominations on the ATMs. Okay, let's Kasim answer.
Thank you. Okay, so on the phase detections and ATM management solution, I'll be talking on those two products. Yes, phase detection implementation is actually a product on its own, but it is multi-vendor. So whichever ATM you have, we can actually implement that for you. So if you have NCR terminal, so you can come to us for us to implement phase detection solution for you. And with respect to the technology we mentioned here, this is talking about NFC, near field communication. And today, in most countries, the technology around the ATM card is evolving. Now, most of the debit card issued, you have NFC feature. And that's why when we are developing product, we look at what you have and we start from there. So, and again, also most of the ATMs you buy today, please don't buy any ATM that does not come with NFC reader. So for you to derive maximum return on your ATM, because you see many ATMs, they have these features, but they are not being used. So what we have here, actually, we can actually implement it on other ATM, but where you use your regular card, and that will probably address the need for the customer to insert their card into the card reader. And if you go with that approach, that will also enhance customer confidence, and the fear of card trapping their card will no longer be there. So we are just ensuring that customer has options. If you want to use your card in a contactless manner without necessarily inserting your card into the card reader, as long as you come with a valid card that has NFC, we can implement using NDC protocol, whereby the customer will only tap his or her card on the card reader, and it takes him or her to PIN entry state. So, and also we have the biometric feature on this ATM as well. So for biometric authentication, if the customer wants to use that to also transact, so we have fingerprint scanner that the customer can make use of for authentication. So we can implement face detection on Yosong, but I think if you talk to our country manager in Ghana very well, it might be, if you buy our ATMs, that might be a freebie on Yosong terminal. It will come with face detection feature. And with respect to third-party application and EJ archiving, so we have a product that you can use to archive journals, to archive footages, and also to notify you, to monitor your ATM for you and tell you when your ATM, when the cash is going low, or when any component device is having an issue. And even in the case of the overflow, it will not wait till the overflow gets filled up before you get notification informing you that the cash level has reached certain threshold and calling your attention to come and evacuate or load, whichever case, as the case may be. Then, how to know when the ATM is down, I think that has been addressed. And also talking about the point where the face detection is triggered. Yes, if you actually watch the demo, you discover that we look at the different states on the ATM. We have the card read state, we have the PIN entry, we have the transaction selection state, we have the transaction request state, and also the cash dispense operation. So we look at the state where the customer pays most attention, and that is the PIN entry state. Even if you study the keys on the PIN pad, you'll be forced to look at the PIN pad to enter your PIN. And at that point, if anybody has stolen your PIN, so that person will not be able to deny the fact that he uses your PIN. So, and if there is any requirement aside this, we are open to your requirement and tailor our solution to your specific requirement. So we have management solutions that is very robust, and it's also multi-vendor, not necessarily for Yosong terminal. It monitors and manages all ATM brands. And for face detection, for environmental factors, I think whatever your requirement, we will deal with it. But the most important thing is, what is the regulatory requirement? And I think that is where we talk about the compliance, control and compliance. If the requirement is that ATM must have valid image at any point in time, it will be the responsibility of the bank to ensure that you have adequate illumination and also ensure that the ATM are kept in a tidy manner. So if the camera, for whatever reason, cannot detect valid face, that transaction will be aborted. It is either yes or no. If you want face detection, you go for it, and if you don't want it, we disable it. So it depends on the regulatory requirement and your risk management appetite. Thank you.
I believe our team deserve a big round of applause. Please, can we do it for them? Do not leave yet, because I had one quick request, and that is coming from a lady, and she said, you know what, you began with a lady, so you probably would have to end the questions with a lady. Please, let's give lady from CBG Consolidated Bank a big round of applause as she closes the question lines for us.
My name is Augustina from Consolidated Bank. I want to ask a question on the cassettes. You know, the cassettes, you configure them based on the cash denomination that are being placed in them. For instance, if a cassette has been configured to take 10 Ghana cedi and a custodian mistakenly placed 20 Ghana cedi in that cassette, is the cassette intelligent enough to alert the custodian that you have placed the wrong note type in that cassette?
I'm coming over. Oh, celebrate her with a round of applause, please.
Okay, for cash dispenser, the technology is garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you load, as long as it meets the the criteria for a valid note, so it's going to dispense that as that, and that's why it is advisable. Part of the control on the ATM is that when you load into the ATM, you know, you display cash, you see what you have loaded, and you can also by yourself test cash and see what the ATM, what you have configured, and that is just ensuring due diligence from your own part. But for deposits, the answer is yes. The cassettes are intelligent to determine and detect the denomination you are putting into the machine, or the machine is giving out. Thank you.
Please, I think they deserve a bigger round of applause. We've subjected them to all the questions, and they've done great by at least touching on every one of them. They tell us that they are available. For some of you, there are questions you just didn't want to put out there, but you want to meet them one-on-one. They would be available. Our Ghana team is also available. So any question you have, please kindly ensure that you engage them while you are here. Even when we are done, you can still come back and just do some demonstrations by yourself. Those opportunities are available. And my Ghana team reliably informs me that when it comes to after-sales service, and that's what Mr. Owusu have said, throughout the nation, wherever you find yourself, they are willing to come to your aid. I think this deserves a bigger round of applause. Let's do it for them. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we talk about the digital wave, and we're moving on because it comes with a lot of drive. I have a seasoned person to speak to this. Dr. Miles Christian Hagen, Managing Manager e-banking operations with UMB. And he's already up already. Please let me not go too far. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. He will tell you a bit about himself, and then he would continue.
Thank you very much, Kuku. And thanks to everyone. I know we've been sitting for a while, and I'll try and compress my presentation to make it as crisp and short and sweet as possible. The digital wave. And interestingly, as I listen to the questions, you can tell most of us are practitioners who understand and know the digital wave. But one challenge we often have is, how can you win, especially certain managers who ask the biggest questions and make it seem like, are we ready for this or not? So essentially, we'll look at the overview of the digital wave. We'll look at the new normal when it comes to the digital ecosystem. I'll quickly touch on the customer digital dynamics, and then I wrap up. And the thought is all around what we can do to enhance our innovativeness. So what is a digital wave? It's as simple as what new things exist that we need to adopt to transform our business processes. As simple as that. So indeed, there's a lot of new innovations. And as I looked at the ATM, the demo possibly elicited the most feedback because we saw the new things we've possibly been dreaming about. But when it comes to technology, there's the Internet of Things. There's always going to be some level of dynamism that we need to push to help make our business more profitable. And to do it, it's about driving digital transformation. Number one, when it comes to pushing any digital strategy, and the digital wave is about revamping your operational dynamics. There's always going to be a phase where you need to transform an aspect of your business operations, which is what you do, like my brother said, which is manual, which now needs an adoption of automation. That's the first step. The second step is about the customer. What are the needs, expectations, wants of our customers that we feel we need to adopt to make us more competitive? And as I listened and I heard all the banks around, we are doing the same thing. But there's something that always puts up one bank from the other. It's either your level of innovativeness or your ability to transform, or more importantly, the speed with which you're able to push that innovative capital. And when it comes to customers, there's something they always want. It's either customer experience or customer satisfaction. 3 parameters. It takes a customer who has seen something exciting 6 times is more likely to try a new product. When it comes to being able to refer a friend, family, 4 times per the kind of experience, and then twice more likely to purchase something regardless of competition. So it means if you want to hold your customer, you must consider this paramount. In terms of the new wave, I won't touch on everything. I'll just focus on the number one is about the new normal. Everything is digital, so digital competition, digital customer, digital communication, etc. When it comes to customer centricity, it's the entire thing. Being an omni-channel customer, being able to do a lot of open banking, customer onboarding, customer 360 view, etc. And then the disruptive technologies. They are more and they will keep coming. So a lot of open platforms, a lot of cloud-based, big data analytics, artificial intelligence, and what? Machine learning. But the best bit is, what are the customer expectations? It's always going to be about experience. If a customer gets the best experience, he's going to stick with you. Every customer wants to feel very, very special. And I'm sure we all remember how we did our customer week. That's 3rd to 7th of October, not too long ago. We always wanted to do something more exciting. The more you did, the more the customer said the best out of what you gave them. And customers have become impatient. They want everything now. It's not about next week or give me a month. As quickly as possible, what can be done? And everything is going beyond banking. It's not just the 24/7, but what can you do to elicit the best of insights? Just a quick trend. So this one, looking at insights from eMarketer and the insider intelligence. You see all the numbers are being projected to be shooting up. As I prepared this, I didn't want to talk about it, but some will say the dynamics, especially for us, may be changing, courtesy of Uncle E-Levy. But beyond that, there's still going to be a trend towards a positive trajectory. Once we are pushing innovation, once we push dynamism in our business, and most importantly, if we get our customers to love what we are giving them in terms of our product offering. So just about wrapping up, I want to give us these 4 tips to note, even as we look at how we can get our customers to be digitally dynamic. Number 1, it takes 21 days to build a habit, 90 days to make it a permanent lifestyle. The focus is the new digital life is the new lifestyle. So the life we want to live is digital. It's about technology, it's about innovation, it's about transforming the norm and making it part of the reality. Number 2, digital banking is no longer a nicety, it's a necessity. So it means in your strategy, as you prepare for 2023, 2024, 2025, the next 10 years, we must be thinking around that. And indeed, the future of digital banking is getting a clear shape because we get to see and hear what is existing and what we can do to make banking more exciting. And at this stage, I'll say, the wave of competition makes us see that there's no turning back. So customers have the digital power, and that's us. We are the customers. And it's time for us to rise and let us move with the maximum capacity. To the customer, the future of banking is customers being their own bankers. I want to take charge. So give me all the platforms to do what I want to do and don't be a resistor. And customers are expecting banks and our fintech partners and everyone who makes the delight of banking what it should be to know that it's about offering digital channels incrementally. Finally, digital transformation is a catalyst for innovation. And it is how we all partner in this time. So as I listened to Husong, as I listened to Inlaks, and as I heard colleagues from the banking fraternity, what came to mind is the future is about how we integrate, how we collaborate, how we cooperate, and how we build up on the potentials we have. If we do it and do it very well, within a very short time, we'll see that we've not only cleared the financial inclusion gap, but we've gotten all those who are financially excluded into that loop, and we are driving innovations to the next level. Thank you very much for your attention, and let's enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Yes.
Wow, the digital wave. Are we ready for it? And from your questions and engagements, it tells that yes, we are ready for this. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the next speaker. There was a Q&A there. Please be calm. We would allow some few question and answers at the end of the presentation of all the three speakers at the end. So do bear with us on that one. Now that we know about the digital wave and whether we're ready or not, it's time for us to look at addressing the current industry challenges with cash management. Some of your questions were pointing in this direction. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Emmanuel Moka, Chief Information Officer, Access Bank, is all ready, all set, all prepared to give you all this information. Please, let's bring him in with a lot of joy as he takes the microphone to continue.
Thank you very much, Kweku. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be your midst this afternoon. I must say that while we a little bit agitated, a little bit agitated about the questions that are being asked, but it proves one thing, that people are really, the audience today have really understood things that have been presented here. That is why you see clarity around some of those questions. So please do not feel so bad if you feel that your time has been overspent in here. On behalf of Inlaks, I want to say please take it like that, because it's the full understanding of the products that got us into those question time. Thank you. Now, addressing current industry challenges with cash management. I don't want to bore you much because I believe that Inlaks have dealt with this issue already. A lot of the things that we've seen today has gone ahead to talk about how we can even manage cash with our ATMs especially. Congratulations once again, Inlaks. I feel that they have proven to become a technology leader around ATMs delivery. Thank you for all you are doing in the industry. Okay, yes, proudly Access Bank, our mission always is to be the world's most respected African bank. We do not do any presentation without saying this our mantra. So please, that is it for everybody to see. My presentation is outlined as follows. We'll look at, I'll be fast with it because I know that a lot of you are already tired. We look at the scope of banking industry, ATM itself and cash management, logistics and cash management, ATM achievement in cash management. The issue with ATM cash management itself, which I think has been dealt with a lot in here today. Then some ATM security and cash management related issues. Okay, so the scope of banking industry. Now, banks are in the business of making profits at the end of the day. I mean, summarize. It's a highly regulated environment. Now, cash management concerns the day-to-day administration of managing our cash inflows and outflows. So the emergence of some of this technology has changed the competitive landscape, in financial services, pushing traditional, the old ways of institution of doing things to rethink the way to do things newly, especially using technology. Now, ATMs have come to assist in cash management a lot. So the days of people moving to bricks and mortar, to go and who would have ever known? Oh, thank God to technology. Who would have ever known that you can now have one machine somewhere close to your house where you just take your money to and say, I'm depositing money into my account. So these are some of the good things that technology has come to play with us, to do for us. Now, most banks operate both on-site and off-site ATMs in the country. And ATMs have helped banks and customers manage cash, more efficiently, especially outside the banking hall. Many of us will attest to the fact that when you see your ATMs outside your bank, you don't want to take trotro or drive all the way to that your bricks and mortar banks where you want to, because you want to just deposit cash or do certain transactions. So ATM has just like, to me, an ATM, I see it like an art teller, branch teller that allows you to do everything that you want to do outside the banking hall. And now some of the data statistics that shows our ATM in Ghana as at 2021, you see the growth, the trajectory growth, and it will continue to be so, especially as Dr. Mike said, digitalization is the way to go, and everybody wants to be able to do things at the comfort. I am very, very apart, especially with the other ATMs that allows you to do a deposit, and later somebody will now come and confirm and collect it, just like in and out, and without anybody getting to the banking hall. So a lot is happening around the ATM environment. Now, in Ghana, with a population of over at least 3 million, it means that one ATM will serve about 14,486 people. So this obviously shows that banks are not deploying enough ATM. I just got the statistics from Dare a while ago about how Access Bank was able to acquire over 1,000 ATM recently. Some of these current new ATM that you have seen that can do some of these things in Nigeria. So you find that those are the kind of things we need to start pushing into our budget lines to be able to have more ATMs that can help us, win and be able to wow customers out there without having to make the customers suffer in terms of coming back down to the banking hall. Some of the major brands, High Song, I hope you don't mind this, but some of the major brands of ATMs in Ghana are the Ensal, the High Song, Winkle, and the Depot. But I'm sure we've heard today all the beautiful things around High Song. I am particularly thrilled, especially the fact that most of the ATM now have AI capabilities built into them that will be able to help us do a lot. I am sure that by virtue of the questions that will be asked in here today, there are a lot of things the engineers will have to go back to the labs to start looking into so that they can start delivering them. Now, some of the ATMs will deliver diversified financial services such as cash deposit. Oh, I am thrilled with this cash deposit. in that it's not just cash deposit is able to do that, but some of the things is able to do even with itself within the cash deposit itself. Withdrawals, fund transfer, utility payments, and financial inquiries. Now, what are the things we go to the branch to do? Virtually everything that is seen in here is what you go to the branch to do. So at the end of the day, it reduces, our visitation to the branches. Now, deposit mobilization in Ghana can be promoted through investment in the cash deposit ATM market. I heard the questions around can people who already have some ATMs, with these new capabilities, can they incorporate them into it, especially around images and all that? And immediately I said within myself, go and change your suit. If your suit is old already, just go and buy a new one, instead of asking them to how to patch it and all that. So please, 2023 project is ongoing right now. Find a way to speak to your management and incorporate them into it. It is the way to go, I'm telling you. Especially in Ghana, where competition is stiff. By the time you allow one bank take advantage of this thing, you will be running, you will just be finding how to catch up. So just do the needful immediately. Now, some of the logistics around ATM management are cash in transit vendors, police escort, ATM support team itself. And I'm happy to know that Inlaks have a team, even into the hinters, into the regions that is able to support issues around ATM. Because ATM issue is a now kind of issue. You understand? Don't forget, you don't want to get to the ATM machine and at that time you want to collect that small money to save a life in the hospital. Is when you now find out that the ATM is down. And so we need such support base that are able to make sure that our ATMs are up. Uptime to me in ATM cannot be less than 98%. Why I'm not saying 100% is okay, give that few allowances for anything can happen, but at least it cannot be less than 98%. Recently, the regulators, BOG, around the armored bullion vans, these are all the things that needs to be, these are some of the logistics or itineraries around the ATM support vendors. Then internet service providers, it has to be up. We are begging them all the time because the truth of the matter is that the last mile in country like this is not as promised. So you find out that when you now get there, you begin to get dilapidated services around our ISP. But we hope that with some of these new technologies coming out, that the ISP too will be able to live to their beat. Now, these are the advantages it helps us with, which we all already know. Reduction in queues in the banking hall, provide a real-time financial services, provide convenience and speed. Then it reduces costs too. It promotes efficiency, and ATMs offer financial inclusion, just like the doctor talks about, especially around digitalization. You can just take an ATM and go and put it in one place near the village, and it's active for you there like a full bank, just like the agency bankings are doing too. Then access to hard cash anywhere, anytime. It's still a cash economy, we can't run away from it. Even with the so-called bill you want people to pay to your doctor, some people will still prefer to carry their cash and go and pay physically. Because, so that orientation is actually going amongst people, and we are all imbibing into it, and I know that very soon we'll now begin to learn to operate our life without moving cash up and down. Am I in the next page? Yes. So some of the issues that the ATM itself can face are that ATM machines can be targeted by criminals and hackers. The only question I wanted to ask them, which I held back, was, can people run executables on these machines? But why did they ask that too? Because I know that endpoints around cybersecurity has to be fully protected. And so I assume that all banks or everybody will have installed probably an application that will not allow anybody being able to execute any product or any application around the ATMs. Now, some of our ATMs are becoming old, malfunctioning, and all that. So these are some of the limitations. Then limited skilled ATM technician. See, when I had 15 years with Inlaks, 13 years with Inlaks, I was asking, I said, how do you keep them? You know, because I know that they are being sought for, you know, almost all over. And for them to have been able to keep these people, it means that's an organization that has come to stay. And they have tried, honestly. So a clap for that for you people. Okay, so so some of the security around cash management that ways in which security can be improved to protect the bank and customer from losing funds. Regular checking ATMs for skimming devices. In our palace in Nigeria, there's a word they call Obanje boys. They do not rest in their hours. They are continuously, you know, improving in ways to make sure. See, this camera that you are talking about now that will be able to check whether you are a human being, people will still find a way to mask and make sure that they accept that bad image. I'm telling you, they are working hard. They will not rest. But thank God to technology is not resting. So regularly we need to monitor our ATMs for quick escalation for unusual trends. It's a cyber world. We all know. Nobody can beat his chest to say that I cannot be hacked or attacked. You are as good as how far you have been able to protect yourself for today. For tomorrow, you are not so sure. So it's a continuous thing that we all keep at. Now, we need to keep the software up to date, especially with latest versions and patches around our ATMs, because nobody is going to go to your banking hall and be looking for vault again. No. That kind of stealing is becoming tough because you can record. But people are ready to stay in one place and be able to execute things that will move all the free money you have in those your so-called cassettes and move them out of the bank. So cybersecurity angle needs to be well taken care of. Now we need to adopt softwares that picks unusual behavior, e.g. when a withdrawal amount is not consistent with a particular cardholder pattern. These are AIs that will build patterns and analytics around people's pattern of spending and be able to find out when things are not going right. Like I said, we needed to rush this, especially looking at time that we have spent. But I must say, in conclusion, that Inlaks have really tried very much. Number one is having brought pillars of industries in here today to attend this meeting. I must say a big kudos to Inlaks. And like I said, you are beginning to make yourself technology leader around ATM technology, and we want to thank you, but to continue to ask you to please do not rest on your hours. Stir up your vision, your strategy, and continue to occupy the position for which you are already leading. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Inlaks and Hillson, becoming the technology leaders, and the banks themselves confirming it. Indeed, congratulations for putting this together, and those were his final words. But I like the part where he emphasizes that those boys never go rest, though. They are in, day out, scheming to come. So if you are good today, just tighten your belt for tomorrow, because you don't know where next they will break. And if you are thinking about they coming in fully armed to your vault, forget it. No, that one is becoming too cumbersome for them. They want the easy way. They will stay in one room and make sure they break through. But thank God we are also prepared and always updating. Ladies and gentlemen, after hearing issues surrounding current industry challenges, ably delivered by Chief Moka from Access Bank, we now move on to the role of ATM operations in brand transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce that the Chief Operating Officer, UBA, is here with us. A round of applause for Mr. Felix Ugbabo.
Please, you can note some few questions down for all the three speakers. Would allow a question or two. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Felix Ubebo from UBA. My role this afternoon is to speak on the role of ATMs, ATM operation in brand transformation. Okay, I'm taking it in 4 different bits within few minutes that we have available. First, we'll look at the introduction. Why should we not ignore our ATM branding? What is a brand? And of course, ATM brand messages. So ATMs are one of the most important ambassadors that financial institutions have today. You know, gone were the days where we see ATMs as simply a cash and dash machine. That is machines where you just go to and you put your card and cash is just vomited or cash just comes out. And that is all. That day or those days are gone. Today, our ATMs, they stand out distinctively because they give visibility to our organization. How? Because they stand clearly in locations where we are not, in places where our bank branches are physically not present, our ATMs are there. And so even if your branch may have 15, your bank may have 15 branches, you could actually have 100 ATMs in remote villages, in marketplaces, in shopping malls, at the airport, and name them. So ATMs today are extension of your bank branch and brand. I like what Kelvin spoke about of the modern day technology-driven dynamism that we see in ATMs today. When the ATMs were demonstrated, we see practically that these ATMs could do virtually not only what our tellers can do, they've gone beyond what tellers can do, cash in, cash out. They've taken off some of the functions of our CSOs and some of the functions of our fund transfer officers. That is where modern day ATM is taking us to. Latest technology in ATM world today, they are helping us as banks, ATM to transform from being simple cash dispense machines to more robust, personalized, and richer communication channel. ATM speak to your brand. Your ATM talks about who you are. Your ATM talks about what you can do. And your ATM helps you to improve your operational efficiency. They help you enhance visibility. And they also help you build brand loyalty. Because somebody comes to your ATM and is able to use your ATM very fast, efficiently, with ease and simplicity, they want to do a return visit. So they're also helping, when they do all this, of course, they enhance your revenue capabilities because of the integrated and value-added services that are coming on board with modern technology. Please, let's go down. So how are you managing your ATM brand? Next slide, please. What is a brand? Your brand, simply put, is the sum of how someone perceives your organization. Of course, it speaks to your customers' perception about you. It talks about what you stand for and how you stand distinguished or distinct from the next person. Today, there are 23 banks, apart from non-bank financial institutions. All banks offer exactly the same thing. What makes the difference is the quality of service you render, the speed with which you render the service, and how technologically savvy you are. Gone were the days when banking is about brick and mortar. Everything is about you, your brand, your bank, and all of your bank branch. Today, banks are taking banking outside the banking hall. And if you are taking banking outside a banking hall and your ATM is a critical touch point for your services, you need to brand your ATM to be as important to you as the way or more than what your bank branch is. Simply put, your brand is your identity plus your image. It's often said that the way you dress determines the way you be addressed. Before I hear your message, I see your look. Your look appeals more to me first before I begin to hear what you got to offer. Very important. You come looking funny, very intelligent. If you are not accepted the way you present yourself, whatever you have to offer, no one is going to listen to them. That's what the ATM does. What will attract a customer to your ATM is how beautiful the ambience, the environment, and the look of your ATM outside of your banking hall. So it's very important that banks begin to pay attention to what the look and feel of their ATM. Your identity, your image is your brand. And someone said, Jonas Sachs says, your brand is a story unfolding across all your customers' touch points. Can we move to the next slide? Your ATM is your brand. It's more than an advanced functionality and convenience to customers. Usually, traditionally, we put ATMs so that it will be easy for customers to cash out. All we think traditionally is cash out, cash out, cash out. But we've gone beyond that level. It's today a critical brand awareness tool for organizations. If my ATM is at the international airport, for example, foreigners and locals that are traveling, they may not know where my bank branch is. They may not even know a bank like UBA exists. But when they see my bank and they see my brand and they see my ATM, it speaks to them about who I am as UBA. So it's important, again, we begin to pay attention to our ATM brands. Your ATM speak a lot about you, your brand, your look. They have continued to increasingly be relevant in this digital age to brand transformation, and it's remained an invaluable service touch point for customers. I'm representing this again. What are those things that ATM can help you do? Number one, your ATM can be used to relay your bank's vision and mission and other messages. Because your ATM is like your branch. What your ATM will do is that, like the Access Bank, friend from Access Bank, Emmanuel, presented, he began with the vision and missions of Access Bank. So you can have downloaded messages on your ATM that speak to your vision, your mission, and other very critical messages that your bank want to pass on to its customers. Number two is being spoken about, that is a channel for financial inclusion. It's a tool for financial inclusion. So that is also very important. Your ATM can be used as a tool for financial inclusion. Number three, your ATM talks also about the screen can also be used to speak about your look and feel. There are banks that, instead of having the plain background, the window that we have, what you have is a screensaver that speaks about your bank, and then the keys are there. You punch. Once you interact with the screen of the ATM, what pops up is who you are, maybe your building or your services or whatever. As you are interacting with the ATM, invariably you are interacting with the financial institution. It helps you also differentiate yourself from competition. You go to a typical UBA ATM, a Standard ATM, and Access ATM, naturally the ATM itself will speak about who each of these organizations are, different from the other organization. So it's high time that banks begin to look at it beyond the traditional role of just dispensing cash. Next slide. Just move on to the next slide. Okay, what I've done in the next slide is to speak about what are those critical things that ATM, the messages that ATM or the functionalities of ATM today. Not so much we said about this because earlier speakers from Kelvin to Tokwe to Mills and to Emmanuel, they have all touched on these functionalities. Beyond just cash dispense, ATM, originally ATM could only do card present transactions, traditionally. But today, you see there are NFC transactions, there are cardless transactions that ATM could do. There are cardless transactions. You can do fund transfer, intra-bank and interbank fund transfer because your ATMs are linked to the central switch or national financial switch. And so those switching transactions, interbank can happen. You can do ATM, airtime top-up, balance inquiry. You can even do customer mandate update. Customer can go to an ATM and update its information. Today we are doing Ghana card verification. It can be capacitized for you to be able to do your update right there using your ATM screen, depending on what level of integration that has been done at the back end. You can even book your airline and hotel reservations. And I hear some banks in Nigeria at some point were able to give soft loan, small loans even via their ATM is processed through the ATM. So there are 1,001 things that ATM today, backed by advanced modern technology, can support. Of course, when you are able to do all this, there is no doubt that you'll be ahead of competition where these capabilities and functionalities are not enabled. There's something I said, go back please. I said, back the other slide. I said, in recent time, ATM is more than cashing out. ATM provide an array of services at customers' convenience, creating unique opportunities for brand visibility, customer loyalty, and increased revenue. To remain competitive, this is key. It's essential that you have an updated set of ATM, thank God for HISA and Inlaks. Updated set of ATMs which are equipped with the latest technologies and functionality. The ATMs of yesteryears are no longer relevant in today's world. A lot of them with Windows 7 capabilities are being outdated. No matter what you do to bring them to Windows 10, they refuse. End of life has come. So as we begin to move into 2023, budget is ongoing for organizations, begin to think the way of modern technology. Begin to look at your ATM as a tool of cash out. In fact, if you use your ATM only as cash out device, you make nothing. ATM is not just for profit making or revenue generation. ATM is supposed to be a tool for increased business. ATM, I didn't mention in the other boss, we also help you to cross-sell. I'm a customer of Bank 1. I think one of us mentioned it. You're a customer of Bank 2. Remember that ATM, you can do your on-us transaction. You can do your off-us transaction. So another bank customer comes to your bank and is able to do what he or she cannot do in his or her bank. Nothing stops him or her from cross-carpeting. Number two, when you make contact with my ATM, my other services are available. Banks have moved on to having what you call digital branches, where as soon as you touch my ATM screen, all my digital services are available to you. You don't need to come to the bank. Actually, ATMs are moving people away from the banking hall, bringing down the footfall, and expanding the scope outside of the banking hall. For every contact a customer has with that ATM touch point, it speaks about you, UBA, for example. So it's key that we watch what we do with UBA, with ATM. However, it's important to mention, I'm about to run up, that what you can do with your ATM is dependent on your company's risk appetite, is dependent on your company internal policy, is dependent on how modern and technologically driven or savvy your company is, and you can only enable certain functionalities within the ambit of the local regulation. Somebody also mentions it's very important. It's not in every geography or dispensation that everything is allowed. And what you can do when you don't have a local switch is different from what you can do when you have a local switch. You have to understand this. But the ATM as a box you are seeing have the ability to do everything. But how much you can do and how much you can represent your company is dependent on you and how hungry you are to allow technology help your services. Let's go to the last slide. Okay, secondly, the last. There are saying ATM branding messages. Number one, your ATM matters. It's not enough to have open up an ATM as a customer interaction touch point. What is it that will allow or make customers patronize you? Number one, your ATM environment matters. In many banks, we don't pay attention to ATM. And we see ATM consultants are just those people. And so you go open up establish an ATM in an offsite location, there's no cleaner, there's nothing whatever. You go there, it's rusty and dusty. You don't expect somebody like me or you to go a second time to that ATM. No matter how much it can dispense, how much crimson note it can dispense, I will not care about it. I don't live in a dirty home. I don't have a dirty office. Why should I patronize a dirty ATM? So it's important that you pay attention to the ATM environment. How clean is it? What's the look and feel on the ambience? Remember the way you dress, the way you are dressed. And then what about security? Everybody wants to operate in a secure environment. The same way you send police guards and West Tech and other security guards to guide your branch, you should pay minimum attention to the security of users of your ATM, the way you pay to them when they come to your bank. Key. Number two, how available? Many of us have ATM in remote locations, but we don't pay attention to uptime. ATM is supposed to be a 24/7 tool or device or equipment. If your ATM is not 24/7 available, there's no point having it there. So we must begin to pay attention to the accessibility and the availability for ATM. Number three, how simple is it to use? Is it touch screen? Is it the PIN pad type? Is it something that when I go, the next step available without help of a security guard? There are banks ATM today you cannot use on your own. Even as educated as you are, you always will need the assistance of a security guard or somebody. If that is the ATM you have today, then look this way. That's where technology is going. Whether you believe it or not, I'm not saying there are no competitions, but this is what we have seen. And seeing is believing. And lastly, the quality of note. Let your ATM be branded crimson. Let it be wow. If all I get is dirty, stinking torn notes, I will not want to repeat patronage. So your ATM, whether or not customers come to your ATM and use it and access other services through the ATM will depend on the quality, the cleanliness of the environment, the security of the environment, how simple it is to flow through your process, and lastly, how the quality of note will be. Look at the way we all look in this auditorium. None of us want to go and get a ton 10 CD piece in your clean suit. It's not possible. In conclusion, your ATM can help you transform your brand in such a manner that they ensure every interaction with your customer, number one, reinforces your bank's message. You don't just put ATM without a message. Use it as an opportunity to speak about your brand. Number two, improving on your brand and your service offering. Number two, boosting your customer brand loyalty. Let it be something that will attract customers to you. Remember, there are non-bank customers, yours, that are using your ATM. When they see what you offer, let them think UBA. Let them think your bank. Number three, they generate new opportunities for increased revenue. With our interaction with Hyacinth today, I've taken so much note. There are a lot of opportunities that I never thought about, even at my level, that I've seen this morning. And no doubt it will reshape our thinking and I'll be leveraging on them to further strengthen and enhance my brand. And in conclusion, please don't forget that your brand matters. Your brand matters. Use your ATM as one of the veritable avenues to sell your brand, cross-sell your product, and attract customers to yourself. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, I thought you would do more. Your ATM definitely speaks to to your brand. Imagine I know this particular ATM gives me fresh notes. You know, for some of us, weekend, you want to just have fresh notes. They ask you cash, you give quality cash. Good. And you see, typically of us, for those who are coming through in Ghana, weekends, our parties, our funerals, and imagine if you could get cash that is fresh. That ATM, you will sleep there. Ladies and gentlemen, so your ATM is doing a lot away from the cash withdrawals, you know, cashless withdrawal, cardless withdrawals, cash deposit, transfers, bill payments. I love the part where we're talking about even adverts and cross-selling of bank products. Indeed, I'm taking notes and I'm enjoying this, especially on the brands. But we had 3 speakers on the digital wave, of course, where we are going, addressed by Dr. Miles Christian Hagan, and then we had issues on the current industry challenges with cash management. Don't forget we talked about cybersecurity at this point also. And then we've had the brand on your ATMs. Ladies and gentlemen, we would allow, if you have some 2 questions for any of the speakers, we would allow, so you show me by hand. But just by way of announcement, our corporate team at this point will be going around giving you some wonderful souvenirs that talk about us. Of course, it's our brand also. Inlaks will not engage you all this time and not give you a treat or something to take home to tell us that this is who we are. So they will shortly be going around. Again, we've kept you from morning and we would want to refresh you with some lunch. So the hotel has assured that they are giving us the best of meals right from the side. So also wait for your coupon. We'll give that coupon. But having said that, we have 2 things. If you have a question, and then let me add also customer testimonials. If you have used our products, our ATM, and there's something great you want to talk about, we would allow at this point. The microphone is ready. You show me your hand and I come over. Question for the 3 speakers. Should I point at you? My in-laws. Should I come over? Oh, for the 3 speakers, of course, they spoke on the digital wave. I mean, where we're going, the trend, what we are seeing. Then we had issues on the current industry challenges with cash management. And then, or you are not thinking about where your ATM is positioned and you are looking out for if you can get a cleaner to go there by tomorrow. Yeah. So some of the things, when they tell you, you open your eyes. You're like, hey, Charlie, I've not paid attention to this. So, all right, so I don't want to believe there are no questions. Maybe I'm not seeing well. Is there any hand up? Should I quickly move on? Okay, thank you. Most of you are tired already. I have an executive director who wants to touch base with you just before we depart from the auditorium. Of course, gently be reminded that we would have a photo session while we step outside. So when you go out there, also give our photographers some time to take some pictures, the executives who are here. But I bring in my executive director here at Inlaks to just give you a closing remark and also to say thank you for staying with us throughout the period, and also assure you that if you're thinking about products to support you, anything finance, please, you should be thinking about Inlaks. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause for him, help me welcome my Chief Olufemi Mo Rhino. Oh, most of you know him already. Please, let's do it better for him. Ogafemi, it's a delight having you, sir. Your audience, please.
Kweku, thank you very much. Kweku, how long have I known you? You can't remember the dates. Thank you very much, everybody, for actually being part of this great day. As Stockwell said initially, this is the second time we are actually running this wonderful program. And I think 3 years is a long time, or 2.5 years. You realize that when we did the first show, some of this equipment you saw today were actually not available. But the good thing about it is that as an innovative organization, we'll continue to drive new ideas, new opportunities as well. Just to appreciate all the executive directors here today, my colleagues, and then the CEO of Inlaks as well for making our time, and all my colleagues from Ghana, and then that of East Africa, Edna. I really want to appreciate the presentation of Kelvin. I think for the very first time I got to know that they are also heavy in textile industry, which is something they have really invested on over time. And that's an industry that I started my career with about 25 years ago. So worked in the textile industry for 6.5 years, did a lot in terms of exports. Thank you very much for actually bringing that out again. It's like an refreshing moment for me as well. Thank you very much. I don't know where to start, but one key thing I've learned from every presentation today is that, for example, Dr. Mill said something very interesting, which is very good. And he said, digital transformation, a catalyst for innovation. It means that for you to actually get to the next level in your bank, you need something to propel you to do the next thing. So thank you for that wonderful presentation, Dr. Mills. And then Emmanuel Morkat said something, my friend and my brother for several years. He said something very interesting. He said continuous improvement, and that means that you have to be very innovative. You have to be very innovative. You need to consciously accept to be very innovative in your approaches to things, which is very critical for us to be able to get to where we want to be as a bank. And now, to my brother as well, that the last speaker said something, said, pay your attention to your brand. Your brand is your advert on wheel. You know, your brand is an advert on wheel. And I always tell people, when you go to some bank ATMs, there is a gallery somewhere, I don't want to mention the bank. It's actually around East Legon. There is an ATM gallery there. A lot of them, people that actually stay somewhere there. So when you get into that ATM gallery, you have close to about 10 banks with different brand of ATM. There are some ATM, when I see them and the banks, I just move to another one. Because the cash they will dispense to me is not something that will make me comfortable. Especially when it's a weekend where people want to actually have crispy notes in their pocket. You refocus your attention to where your attention, where your will will be held, and then you can be comfortable and say, I have new notes in my pocket. And to the great audience today, without everybody seated here, this event wouldn't have been considered to be successful. So thank you very much for your time. I know we've taken so much of your time today, but I think it's worthwhile that we are all here today to be part of this great event. And my promise to you is that sooner than later, we will also invite you to see something different. How many of us will actually honor our invitation? Oh, that's great to know. So sooner than later, we will definitely get to invite you to see what is the next thing and the next software, the next direction in terms of Inlaks. And an open invitation to everybody here today. By God's grace, by next year, we will be actually going to celebrate our 40 years as an organization. So it's going to be a big show in Ghana, a big show in Nigeria, and East Africa as well. Because I always tell people, for somebody to remain relevant for 40 years, there must be something they are doing right over time. And we've kept the best of breed of partners over the years, which has actually given us a long, outstanding performance in the industry. Quickly to me, are you still here with me? You sure you should give me I think part of your bill we have to share to two, you know. I'll take half of it, then you take half. Thank you very much, everybody, and do have a great, great evening. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Just before I was just about wrapping it up, Ogatokpe says there's a question he needed to chip in. Should I give you 30 seconds?
Sorry, important to tell everyone, one or two customers met me outside and asked just two questions. What is unique when it comes to security on all these ATM? That why must his bank consider this next year? Another is, how flexible are we when it comes to the payment options? And I said, well, I have to say it openly to everyone. On the security, all the products you have here, they have what we call the inbuilt anti-skimming device, to safeguard your card on the ATM against skimming activities. Two, also, they have two cameras, one to capture your face and another one for the hand, very unique. And above all, the facial detection solution that we have is also unique in Nigeria and also across Africa. On the payment option, we are not rigid, we are flexible, and we are willing for the buyback, beyond the buyback also, to sit with you and look at how many of your old ATMs in your ATM estate that can be replaced with our song in a more flexible payment pattern for next year. And that tells you that we are not just a vendor, but we are what? A partner to your business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the security features mentioned there. Please, in closing, this app. There was one quick announcement while I was coming, and then I did forget because I thought. Yes. Yes. So please, we will send you electronically your feedback. So yeah, feedback form, right? We're sending it to you digitally. You just feel it. It's just about 3 minutes of your time. We need to get feedback from you so that next time if this is going through, we know it's perfect, but we want you to give us your very candid opinion about this. So was that it? Yes. So the feedback form will be sent to you digitally. Do well to fill it for us. We'll be very grateful. And they would influence us on how you would like things done the next time we are doing this. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been pondering and wondering, how do I close this so well to satisfy all partners? So maybe help me rise. Would love to my CEO who's here and my HR who's watching me with a lot of joy. We all rise and we declare this together. The first one I say, the hip hip hip, it goes to Hillsong, and the second one goes to Inlaks. Please help me with that energy. So, in closing the Self-Service Innovation Summit 2022, we say hip hip hip, Hillsong. Next one goes to Inlaks, hip hip hip. It is closed for 2022 in Ghana. Thank you very much. We're grateful that you all came in your numbers. You will hear from us digitally. Please, we are going for lunch. If you've not had your coupon yet, the team secretariat is behind. If you've not had a coupon yet, please, Madam Bella. We're also going for the group photograph outside or here? Outside. We're going for the group photograph.